Okay, well, let's just see if we are indeed live. Let's just see if we are G2G. Sorry I'm late. I had to make sure that I got a video out on time before midnight because that's the deadline. Gotta get one a day. And if I would have started the stream first, then I wouldn't have gotten that done before midnight, and then I would have gotten it done after midnight, but that doesn't count. It's got to be done before midnight. So hopefully the audio is good. Let me see if I can hear myself. Hopefully I don't have headphone hair too badly because I was just editing and where's that noise coming from? What is this noise? This is on mute. Wait a minute. What is making noise? Tell me you guys don't hear that noise. I can see myself on the stream, but I don't hear what's making noise. Let me turn that off. And then we'll just turn that off too for just a sec. And we'll turn that off. Alright, is that my stupid radio? Is the radio looping? My radio better not be looping. Why would it be looping? It's just looping. Well, I can fix that later, but that explains where the noise is coming from. It's really weird. Live. Oh, it says to watching. It says it's live. Okay, I can hear the music. Baka was listening. He says it's so chill. 100. 100, it's so chill. For real though, for real. Alright, well, why is it looping in OBS? That's not cool. Let's try and refresh the cache. The Johnny cache. Refresh the cache. If anyone's here, how are you doing? I'm almost there. I just want to check on this radio thing. It's not really that important, but you know, we could have some music here. But it's looping, so I don't know why it's looping in OBS. It's not looping in like on the web page. If you go to the okay, well, maybe that worked. Let's try that. Okay, I can hear it now. Hopefully. Alright, right there. And okay, I'm adjusting the volume, so let me know how the audio is. Let me know if it's too loud, too quiet, what the dealio is. Okay, now I need to turn off my monitoring because monitor off. Okay. Alright, it sounds like a roughly reasonable volume. What do you guys think? Howdy all. Howdy all. And the chat is not doing its thing. Why are you not doing your thing, chat? Active and live. Alright. How about now? How about that? How about that? There we go. Okay. We have chat. That's good. We got a few people in here. And chat should be working. So let me know. I'm going to leave the music where it's at right now. If you want it louder or quieter, let me know. Okay. So let's get this out of the way. And let's get my face somewhere. Actually might listen to some music. Don't really like wearing headphones on stream, but I guess it's fine. What do you guys think? Do I look like a nerd? Need our jellies and our orchid. Gotta have jellies and orchids. It's a fake orchid, by the way. There's no way I could take care of a real orchid. All right. I think we're pretty good. What do you guys think? I don't like these headphones. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't like it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. All right. Well, here is what is on the agenda for the evening. First, a sip of our Sour Patch Kids. Let me actually, let me grab a little note ski I wrote down for myself over here. And we can take a look at the itinerary for the evening. So, I guess my face over there is fine. Let's close up some of these folders. Videos, and we need to go into Comfy, obviously. Comfy, custom nodes, FlowState nodes. And we are going to need, we're going to need a few things. We're going to need, obviously, that. We are going to need that. And we're going to need that. And what else do we have? We have the Unified Model Loader. Sure, we'll need that. And the sampler. Yes, we're going to need that. All right. And we might need types. We'll just open it. We'll leave it there. That's fine. So, itinerary. As promised, here is the agenda. Paste. Comment. So, first of all, I realized that the latent chooser, where's Comfy? Do we have Comfy open? We're gonna need that too. Yes, we are. Indeed. Comfy, I need you. How about that? How about that? Who's in here? You guys at your keyboards? If you can chat. Oh, I need to turn on, I had an idea as well. I need to For one, we were talking about the other day on one of the streams that we want to set up some kind of, maybe do a concurrent Twitter space. So basically I would just have like YouTube running and do a Twitter space at the same time. And then everyone can watch the video and probably just mute the video. And you can just be on the Twitter space. And that way we can all talk instead of having to type. So there's one thing. And another thing is I have a lav mic. So anytime I need to step away, I can just switch to the lav mic. And maybe just turn on text to speech, or if we're doing the Twitter Spaces thing, then anyways, whatever, I can still hear you guys. So if you look at the latent chooser, here's the deal. When I was testing this with, Flux versus Stable Diffusion, I was going back and forth in the code and, checking some things and changing some things. And I didn't realize that, because there's the type of latent image that you generate, but for Flux versus Stable Diffusion, one of them, Flux uses a 4-channel latent image, and Stable Diffusion we live. What is up, Baka? I don't know whenever you got here, but I was just going over the itinerary for the stream. You sound good. I'm really hoping to get these Flux video generation nodes to work in your unique simplified format. Me too, Chris Rogers. Cool name, by the way. If you're the real Chris Rogers, are you? Anyways. Yes, me too. Hoping to get that wrapped up. Well, it depends, because this is going to be a short stream. I am going to, I guess, first things first, I'm going to start breaking up the streams. We got some people. All right, can you lay down? Your nails are scratching on the hardwood, and I don't like it. Lay down. Lay down. Thank you. Thank you. What a good friend. Right, we have some people in the UK, we have some people in Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. Anyways, all around the world. And I want to just kind of break things up and make it so it's not just all in one time. So instead of doing like one 7-8 hour long stream in the evenings, I'm gonna do probably 2, 3 to 5 hour streams. So I'll do one in the morning, that'll be like 3 to 5 hours, and that'll be like, I'm not 100% sure, but say like roughly 8 a.m. Eastern. And then another one in the evening around the same, usual time, around 7 p.m. ish Eastern. And again, that's a little bit subject to change. It's not super rigid, but basically as I get more and more comments from people letting me know like, hey, I live here and this is good time for me. Hey, I live here, this is good time for me, etc., etc. As I hear more of that feedback from you guys, then I will tailor the times a little bit. So, but as of right now, we'll say like 8 a.m., 8 p.m. How's that? 8 a.m., 3 to 5 hours, 8 p.m., 3 to 5 hours. Or maybe 7 p.m. It depends on what you guys have to say about it. Anyways, so roughly that's what we're going to do. So tonight we're not going to go super long because I want to make sure I'm up for the morning stream. And so we have a few things to take care of, and then hopefully we can knock out the rest of the FVD, because at this point we're really just kind of tweaking things. And we want to find a couple of good, sets of parameters that work really well, and then kind of put in a little drop down list for some presets just to make it easier for people to use whenever they download it. So hopefully we'll get through that by the end of the stream. First things first though, we have a couple of things to change. Baka says around 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Yeah. It's about to be 10 for me, about to be 11 for you. Yeah. I love the streams that start later. Right. So 7, 8 8 p.m. Eastern or later than that. Chris Rogers, any particular times work best for you? Yeah, ideal stream 7 to 11. Yeah, okay, that works. So yeah, roughly we'll say 8 a.m. for the morning, 7 p.m. for the evening, Eastern time, just to make it easy for everyone. So everyone's on the same time zone. Right. So the itinerary for the stream, before we get over to the SVD stuff, I didn't realize as I was testing this latent chooser out, and also getting the unified sampler built so we can handle Flux and stable diffusion. Toggle for LoRa's since Turbo Flux Dev 8 step was released. Yeah, I saw the 8 step. I need to look into that. That is something we definitely want to put in support for ASAP. 8 steps sounds nice. Especially when we're talking about this video stuff where we want to get the like time per frame, since we got to go frame by frame in the end of the video for Flux. It would be really great to tune that. Yeah, we'll put LoRa's too. Get that time down. That'll help the overall video speed. Yeah, so we'll look at that definitely. Thanks. Good suggestion, SP. So first thing on the list, we have the model type latent chooser, model type 4 latent chooser, 4 versus 16 channels, right? So whenever I was building the unified sampler, I was testing, going back and forth testing between Flux and stable diffusion, and I hadn't realized. I have to get into your Patreon soon. I have insane Schnell images. Yeah, man, jump in there. All right, well, like 1 to 3 steps. Hell yeah. Yeah, jump in there and throw, man. We need to get some votes for this week's. I guess I need to announce that on the streams as well. We need to get some votes for the images for this week. I've mentioned in a few different places. I'm not sure who all has heard and who hasn't, but we have an image chat over on Patreon, and so you can drop all of your best images in there, preferably with the workflow embedded in them, or at least maybe like a screenshot of your settings or whatever. And yeah, definitely that Turbo Flux Dev. And so we all submit our best images and the settings we use to generate them, and then every week, today's Monday, so I mean, there's not like a super hard deadline, but ideally we would probably like wrap it up on Saturday or Sunday and figure out, say, the top 3 or 5 images. And then I will pull those out and then like screenshots of your settings or whatever, and talk about those in one of my like weekly videos, because I'm trying to do at least 1 video a day, at least like 4 or 5 days out of the week. So like we'll just say like Monday through Friday. So if I have a video Monday through Friday in one of those, I will pull out the winners and go over those, or maybe in a few of them. Might spread it out throughout the week or whatever. But basically, it's a good way to kind of show people who are watching the videos, this is the kind of quality you can expect using these types of settings. And so if you're trying to do this particular type of image or look or feel or texture or whatever, this is what you need to, this is what kind of settings you need to dial that in. Basically, it's a good way to just kind of share and help people figure out how to use Comfy a little bit faster. And if you guys have any YouTube channels, or let's say you have like an Instagram or something that you have all your AI like generated art and stuff on, if you want me to plug that stuff, then include that information in the image chat, or email me or direct message me or whatever, and let me know what stuff you want plugged. And then as I'm like showing your image on the video, I will also like tell people about your other work and where they can find you, and leave links in the description to your accounts and stuff. So win-win for everybody. You guys get exposure, the people in the crowd get to figure out how to, you know, what settings they need to use to get the best quality and speed and everything out of their Comfy, and so everybody wins. Community-driven stuff, right? Yeah, exactly. Thank you guys for showing up. Makes it a lot more interesting whenever there's actually people in the chat and talking. So thank you, Madspin. All right, so back to the itinerary. The first thing on the agenda is this model type for latent chooser. Like I said, whenever I was testing the unified sampler out with Flux and with Stable Diffusion, I realized that Flux uses the type of latent image that you need to pass into your sampler for Flux is a 4-channel image, and for Stable Diffusion it's a 16-channel image. And I didn't realize that I had like hard-coded that in there, and so there's no way to kind of choose between them. And so right now, if you try to use Stable Diffusion with this workflow, it's going to generate a 4-channel latent image, but Stable Diffusion is going to be expecting a 16-channel latent image, and so it just won't work. So we got to fix that ASAP. And broadcast model type, right, exactly. So broadcasting the model type. So as you can see, obviously we have the model type that we select right here, whether we're using Flux or Stable Diffusion. And then we're going to have to also add this here now because we need to choose between either a 4-channel or a 16-channel latent image. And then it's not on here, but obviously we have it right here. So we're selecting our model type there. And basically, I don't know if you guys have noticed, there's this little output right here that I just haven't been using because I was playing around with this before, but it wasn't working, so I just didn't implement it. But basically, I want the output of this model type right here, if you choose NF4 or UNet to be Flux, or if you choose SD to be SD. So that way, this output will output either Flux or SD, and so that way you can send that to a use anywhere, and then for your latent chooser, the model type can just be an input that'll get picked up right there from the use anywhere. And same thing for this model type. So you don't have to manually set Flux or SD on this and on the latent chooser. Just whenever you are, loading up your models initially, you choose whichever one you want, and it'll automatically just be sent over here. So you don't have to. It's a little cumbersome to like set. Okay, here I'm using Flux, and here I'm using Flux, and here I'm using Flux. So. Anyways, so we need to take care of that. And clip attention presets. Yes, on the clip attention values that we have in the bottom of our LLM prompt. I'm really getting tired of just like manually tweaking these because I change them a lot. So I want to have some presets. I'll still have these here where you can set them manually, and then we'll just put like a little drop down menu underneath it, or maybe above somewhere right in here. And it'll have a few different presets with values for the QKV. And if you have, we'll have like one of the options will be none. And if it's none, then it'll just use these values. And if it's one of the presets, then it'll use those values. So that will be super helpful because I'm changing those all the time. And yes, very important, whenever you're looking at the because we can handle multiple prompts in here now, right? So we can have multiple prompts separated out by a dashed line. And then we can also have multiple settings, right? You can do say if you wanted to try 2, 3, whatever, if you wanted to try some extra values in here. So you can start generating a bunch of variations of prompts and settings. Right now, if you're just using one prompt, but you have multiple variations of settings, like say if you have multiple values for your K or whatever, or if you have, you're using, well, that doesn't really apply. Let's say you're on extra crispy, so you're using the LLM. And maybe you have multiple seeds here, or you have multiple values for any of these fields. You're only going to use the LLM once to generate whatever this text is. And then that same text is going to get used for all of these different settings, right? Because you only have one prompt. But right now, as it goes through the way that the loops are set up on the LLM prompt, these like nested loops right here, so you can run through your Q values. So like, again, if you have if you have, say, multiple values for K or multiple values for the out or whatever, if you have multiple things in each of these fields or in one of them, it's going to loop through each of these fields and go, you know, test all of those different combinations of settings. And right now the prompt is right there, and so it's on the innermost loop, which is pretty good already. And if we're not using the LLM, then this is not a problem. But if we are using the LLM, then basically it's going to generate this same text over and over. Actually, let me see the command. No, I already closed it. Anyways, but basically you're just generating the same text over and over, running the same, you know, model with the same parameters over and over. And if you're only using one prompt, then there's no need to do that. We don't need to run the LLM model several times just because you have a variation of these types of settings down here. We just need to create the combinations from these types of settings and use that same prompt that was generated originally from the LLM model instead of running the LLM model. I guess LLM model is redundant, but you know what I mean, instead of running it multiple times. So there's that. And then the last thing is what I already said. We're going to be breaking up the stream into morning and evening. So cool. Checklist stepped through. Let's get going. Anybody have any questions, concerns, comments, bugs they want to take a look at, workflow settings they want to, something you're trying to figure out how to do with your images or videos or whatever? The range of inputs. Yeah, okay. FVD settings we tested last night. We're doing more of that, Baka. Okay, so a reason that the range of inputs is not shown on comfyui nodes like small font. Yeah, so that's a good idea. So basically what you're saying is like, let's say for this value right here, we have this little message whenever you hover over it, but you're saying to add to this message the range of accepted values, which, if that's what you're saying, I think is a good idea. Some of these are open-ended. Some of them they do have a hard min and max. Exactly, yeah. So yeah, that's something we can definitely do. I try to put, this is another thing too, if you guys are looking at any of these fields and you hover over and there's not a little message there, let me know. In some cases, there's some of these fields somewhere in the workflow that it actually won't let you put a little pop-up message, but most of them, I try to get them everywhere I can. So if you see one that doesn't have a little pop-up message, then let me know and I'll add it. But yeah, we'll also add the accepted range of values. It's a little tricky because, do you plan? Yes, I do. Very soon. Actually, I'm talking to the Comfy team right now, and I caught them at the end of the day today, so I didn't get what I wanted. But I don't know if you guys saw the announcement for the new standalone app, Windows app. If you're following them on Twitter or X or whatever, probably other Facebook or whatever too, but that's where I'm following them. They announced yesterday, they're like, we have some big announcement. And then this morning I woke up and it's like, we have the standalone app. So it's not going to be browser based anymore, which is pretty awesome for a number of reasons. I have a video on that I'm going to put out tomorrow. But after I recorded that video, I was like, you know what? Let me actually just like email them and see if I can get a copy of Comfy, because right now it's like a wait list. You go to the website and it's like, put your name on the wait list. So I did that, and then I emailed them and I was like, hey, I make videos about Comfy. Can I get a copy of Comfy? And as long as I promise not to share it with anyone, and that way I can make a video about it. And they were like, yeah. So, but it was the end of the day, so I think they went home. or signed off for the evening or whatever, if they work from home or whatever. But so probably tomorrow, I'm still going to do that first video that I did because I already recorded it, but and then I'll do another video with the actual, whenever I install the new Comfy standalone app. So I'm sure they'll send it to me probably in the morning, and then I will make those 2 videos tomorrow. But so yeah, and that is to say that I'm talking to them now. So I didn't think to do that at first, but it's probably a good idea to be in communication with them. And so I'll talk to the guy that I was talking to and figure out how to get the nodes in the Comfy search list. There's like a registry or something you have to get added to, which I'm sure will be no problem. So I'll check that out tomorrow whenever I talk to them again. Yeah, it'd be pretty awesome. I don't know if you saw the interface. They have like a short little video. We can watch it if you want to. It's pretty cool. Comfy. So here's the new UI. It looks clean. So hold on, I'm just gonna go kind of slow through this because it's a really short video and it moves fast. So just kind of a preview of it right there, which, you know, it looks pretty clean. The one thing that I noticed from this already is the tabs for the workflows, which I think is pretty awesome. That'll make switching between workflows super easy. The queue looks the same. The manager is included by default. So that's pretty cool. So you have the new UI by default. I think you can still switch to the old UI, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Exe file to install, pretty easy, yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize my face was still in the way over here, sorry. Anyways. Install looks easy, manager included by default, right? There's a couple of things I was excited about. Check missing, which is, you know, it's not new necessarily, but it's in a nicer place, makes it kind of easy. Moving ever since Stable Diffusion kind of went under, yeah. Manager, okay. They have some template workflows in there, which I think is already kind of a thing somewhere, but anyways, it's there. Browse templates. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen that before already, but anyways, it's there. This is pretty nice. You can download models through the model manager, but the fact that they have this little pop-up here that shows you, oh, you need this model to run this workflow, and you can just click download. That's pretty that's super convenient. Yeah, they do mention something about the Python versioning in this. I'm pretty sure it's in this video as well. So anyways, that little pop-up is super helpful. You don't have to go figure out where to get models from and what files to put them in and whatever. Like, it just tells you right there. Flux, nothing new there. Queue, again, looks the same. Save workflows, same kind of thing that they already have. But this is another thing that I talked about in the video that I recorded today, is that we're at 45 seconds, okay. If you'll notice up here in the top, you know, on the browser tab, you see that asterisk up there. I don't know if it's too small. Probably would improve run speed too, yeah, because you don't have the, well, technically it's going to be kind of the same thing. What is that? Node.js UI framework. No, native UI framework. I can never remember the name of this thing. It's pretty cool. It's called, geez, what is this thing called? What if we say JavaScript. Jesus, dude, what is it called? Riot. No. Okay. Native Windows. Desktop. Electron. There we go. It's built on Electron. Comfy is built on the new Comfy app is built on Electron. So I imagine it's probably going to be very similar in terms of overhead, like pretty much the same as if running it in a Chrome browser, because Electron is built on the same Chrome engine. So as far as speed wise, I expect it to be pretty much the same as running it in Chrome. Maybe a little lighter, probably a little lighter, but not super noticeable, I would think. But the one thing that it will help is that, I'm guessing anyways, is that, I don't know if you see this asterisk up in my browser tab, but that's pretty much always there. No matter if I come down here and try to click on save, it doesn't go away. So it seems like it's not saving the workflows. In some cases it does, in some cases it doesn't, and it's kind of a pain because usually if I want to make sure that I have a workflow saved, I have to go to save as and create a new name for it and save it, you know, write a whole new workflow file for it, which then I end up having multiple workflows with the same name in here, and or at least that do the same thing or whatever. And then you know, I have to go through and figure out which one's which and delete them. It's annoying. So sometimes it doesn't save, sometimes it does, and it creates extra mess to figure out. But anyways, I think the new desktop app will fix that. I would imagine that's probably much easier to handle than doing it straight through the browser. Comfy is turning into an open source general use tool now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Audio, video, images. It's going to be pretty awesome. 3D. We're going to get more 3D support in there. Yep. Photoshop, video editing. Exactly. Speaking of that, oh man, I don't know if you saw my post of the new feature I just thought of, but it's going to be awesome. That's another thing we might try to get to if we can on this stream. But basically, so here's the example exactly. Let me actually get my file explorer. I saved the pics. Where did I save them? Unified model loader, of course. Project assets, images, thumb assets. Yes, right here. Okay, so here's what happened. Whenever I was generating this image right here, because I was trying to get a thumbnail for the video I posted today, right? With AI prompt generation, I'm hoping to have fast, low-res images go to a holding place. What's up, KFC? What's up? Fast, low-res images go to a holding place and be able to in-out paint and generate costly higher. Exactly, yeah. We'll get more into that in a bit. I can't think of a single thing you wouldn't be able to do. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so I like Comfy. I'm gonna keep building for it and keep getting. I'm gonna talk to their you know, their dev team and their whatever teams more and more, and try to get more involved with whatever they got going on over there. Try to make it something awesome. So anyways, just so I don't get off track, I was trying to generate a thumbnail for the video that I just published a few minutes ago, and here's what I came up with at first, which is not terrible, except that it's called unifed instead of unified. And I wanted the unified model loader text to be the big text and the FlowState to be the small text, but whatever. So this is what I came up with at first, and then on the next run I got kind of what I wanted, but we have this, like, well, obviously the text is messed up here, and then we have no, that's right, unified model, right, and then loader. So it's like, this would be cool if it just said loader once, right? And then that would just work. I wouldn't have to do anything at all. So then here, we'll come back to this one. Right here. So what I did was I took, I took this image right here and I just popped it into Illustrator and made 3 copies of it. And then I took my pen tool and I, on this side where there's no text, on the bottom right side of the that central chip there where all these traces are. Actually, let me go ahead and turn my so yeah, on this side right here where all these traces are, I took the pen tool and I just, you know, you can see where that gray outline is right there. That is cropped out of this side where there's no text. And then I flipped it and rotated it and put it up here underneath the unified model loader. And then I also did the same thing. I made another copy of the whole image, and then I clipped out just the word loader. And then I layered that stuff on top of each other with no borders. I just put the borders there for illustration. And then I exported this, and obviously it looked like trash. What did it look like? It looked like this, so obviously that's not great. And then I took this image and I popped it back into Comfy and used this as my input latent image, right? And so the result is, I guess either of these, pretty much they're the same. So anyways, I got the text that I wanted, no loader, just unified model loader and FlowState, and that's what I wanted. Rather than the original thing that I got, which was loader. So anyways, that's what I've been doing kind of manually to fix text whenever it, or any kind of object or whatever. Do it all the time in the form of a latent upscale. I like the style, but doesn't explain what it does. Hey, will you stop? Doesn't explain what it does. Suggest adding NF4 unet dev gguf somehow. NF4 is good, unet is good, dev, if you mean Flux dev, is good on the model loader. But gguf is the one thing we don't have, which is something we're adding very soon. ID noise, latent upscaling to fix. Exactly, yeah. So if there's text or objects or anything you want that's out of place, or you just don't want in the image, whatever, you can cut things out or add things in, layer things on top in Inkscape or Illustrator or something like that, and then export that and use that as your input latent image, and then you can get what you want. So it's a little manual process, obviously. And what I was thinking is it would be nice if we could just do all of that here in the latent chooser, right? Because let's say the first image that I generated was like this one right here, and I want to make, because if you look on the image upload or the image, what do they call it? The load image node or this latent chooser node, because it's built on top of that. Actually, I haven't tried it on this one yet, but I just assumed maybe I spoke too soon, but let's see. Open mask editor, yeah. There we go. So it already has this mask editor thing. So I'm thinking about, what if we kind of hijack that mask editor, and then whenever we get a result like this, let's say mask out this blurred out loader over here, and like you can mask certain things as positive and negative. So I could like mask that word as being something I don't want in my image, and then I could mask this word as something I do want, and then I could drag it over into like in the middle right here. So it's all like middle centered text, you know? And then so I could highlight that, drag it over, and basically using different sets of masks to do the exact same thing that I did in Illustrator, right, or Inkscape or whatever. That way you don't have to export, you know. If you get a messed up result, you don't have to export from Comfy, pop it into Illustrator or Inkscape, and then do your thing, and then pull it back over. And it's just like, you know, why not use some masking to do it all right here? So that's one thing I really want to get knocked out pretty soon, because I do this all the time. Anyways, so yeah, speaking of, somebody mentioned I don't know. Anyways, I got the VA loader to work, boys. Right now I am working with Flux 1 Schnell, trying to download Flux 1. Awesome, cool, man. Glad you got it working. So your workflow handles batches so well. Would you want to load batches or stick with loading single images? You mean loading batches right here? Batches of images or batches of like latent images? That is something we can for sure do. It's a little bit of more of a complication, but yeah. So here's what happens right now. So we have all of our settings on the sampler, right? And so let's say you have, like right here, I have 3 different values for denoise. Everything else is just one value. So the nested loops on the sampler, they're going to loop through all of the different settings. And the only thing that has multiple settings is the denoise. So everything else will just get one iteration of a loop. And this denoise value will get 3 iterations, obviously, right? So you're going to end up generating 3 images right here. And I know what you're talking about. I'll get to that in just a sec. I'm working my way there. And so we'll come back to the latent chooser in a sec. And then, so you have so you end up having 3 different settings of, or 3 different combinations of your positive and negative conditioning that got passed in, your prompts, combined with whatever settings are in here, which again is just everything is 1 except for right here we have 3 for the denoise. So we're going to have 3 different image groups of parameters, and everything, the prompt and all that stuff is going to be the same, except on each one the denoise value would be different, right? So we have 3 images produced that way. Now coming back to the latent chooser in a sec, the LLM prompt does exactly the same thing. So when you put a list of values in the K or any of these values, whatever, if you have multiple things going on, or if you have multiple prompts up here, whatever, you have nested loops there that also create batches of prompts with the clip attention settings and the associated conditioning. So your clip is in here, and it encodes your text prompt, whether it's your original prompt or whether it's if you're using the LLM. So it will encode that, and basically it's going to loop through all of these fields just like the sampler does, and it'll create different batches of, like, say this positive and negative prompt with this set of settings, and then this positive and negative prompt with this set of settings. So you end up with like this list of batches of conditioning with their associated settings included. And so then you get that batch over here. Let's say you have like 5 different combinations of either prompts, multiple prompts, or multiple settings or whatever. So you end up getting 5 different things that get passed over here to the sampler. And then the sampler goes through all 5 of those, and it's got its own 3 combinations. So then you end up with 15 in your batch, right? So you have all of your different combinations of prompts and stuff that are, and each one of these combinations is going to get tried all 3 of these different ways with all 3 of these different denoise values. So then you end up getting 15 combinations. So your batch size grows to 15. And so what we can do is we can do the exact same thing in the latent chooser, where you could say, for example, right here, instead of an integer field right there, this could also be a string list. And so you could put like 1920, comma 512, comma 1024, whatever, in the height and the width, and do different aspect ratios. So you have different combinations of those. So basically you'll have all of your combinations of prompts and conditioning and their values coming over to the FlowState, to the latent chooser. And then you would get all of the combinations of different image ratios, like batch sizes, or it could be multiple imported images, which I think is what you were getting at. So you could either have multiple latents, or you could have multiple imported images. And there is a comfy core node that allows you to load up multiple images. So that's something I could add in here. And so then you'd have all of those combinations that are going to get tried. So you have all of these combinations that are going to get tried all of these different ways. So let's say you have 5 different combinations here, 3 different combinations here. Now you got a batch size of 15, and then you come over here, now you have another 3 combinations, then you're going to end up with a batch size of 45. So again, this is going to get, it can get big and complicated, but the good thing is that each image is processed one by one. So it's not gonna destroy your VRAM. So whatever the biggest size image you end up using over here, let's say it's a 1920 by 1080, that's all your GPU is going to handle or have to deal with at once, right? All of the rest of the images are, done in their own little batch. So it just goes image by image to do every single one of these. That way you can generate huge batches without clogging up your VRAM. So, but yes, that's something I definitely will want to add into here, especially whenever you're doing things like image to image or in painting, or things where you kind of want to combine features and styles and stuff from each image. So like I want, maybe the body of a person in one image with the face of a person in another image, and then the sunset of a person or the sunset in another image or whatever, and I want to combine all those things together. Yeah, it would be great to just be able to load up multiple images in here, do your little masking, and then stick them all together. So yeah, but there's a lot on the to-do list. So one step at a time though. But yeah, definitely to answer your question, we will get that going. So there's a lot to do. And looking back at our list over here, let's make sure we add in no multiple LLM prompts, and then we wanted to add in, are the checkpoints, LoRa's prompts, etc. being passed through like that Flux parameters? Checkpoints, LoRa's prompts, etc. being passed through like Flux sampler parameters, plot sampler parameters. Yeah, exactly. So all of your settings that get used right here, your QKV, your tokens, your seed string list, your model, prompt type, all of that stuff, you can see it's like printed in right here. And so what comes out of the LLM right here is your positive and negative conditioning that you get out of the clip after you encode your text prompt. You also get the positive and negative text prompt just in case you want to use it somewhere else. And also it's used in the sampler. And then all of these settings right here, anything that you set on here, all of the different combinations of settings all get passed over. They're tacked onto so you have your positive prompt right here, and your positive prompt is a string. So I create a string of all these settings, and I stick it onto the front of your positive text prompt. And then whenever it gets over to the sampler, it splits that up and converts it into like integers or floats or whatever values it needs. And so that's how you're able to print your parameters and your prompt, all of the parameters that were used over here, as well as your prompt, as well as all of the parameters that are used on the sampler. All of that can be printed onto your image. Which is one thing that the plot sampler parameters didn't, your clip attention values and anything that came before the sampler in the workflow, you weren't able to account for that. It just accounted for everything that was in the sampler, which is definitely useful and definitely inspired my version of the sampler. But I definitely want to have my clip attention values also included in that information that's printed on the image, because I'm changing those a lot. Are you going to have a XY plot prompt node? XY plot prompt node. XY plot prompt node. You might have to explain that a little bit more. I'm not sure I know exactly what you mean. XY plot prompt node. For making grids. The grid. For making grids, I don't know if I like grids of images. I probably will if I know what you mean, but as of right now, whether you have like say the preview chooser right here or the you want to stick them all together and output them all into one big image, is like, let's say you have 4 different variations of settings between your, you know, prompts or whatever. And so you end up with 4 output images and you want to stick them all together into one big image. XYZ plots. Yeah, okay, so you want to be able to export them all as one big image. Yeah, that's super easy to do, because we're already putting them all out right here. So if you have the preview chooser or a save image or whatever, they all get fed into that preview image, whatever. So as of right now, when it comes into the preview chooser or the, like say a preview image node, it will display them as a grid, but they are all separate images. So you'd have to save them individually. But if you want to have them all concatenated together into one big image, yeah, we could add that. We have to, basically all I have to do is put another couple of values right here that would say like grid rows and grid columns or whatever. And then let's say you had 9 images, you could put grid rows 3, grid columns 3, or 9, 1, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And then you could print them all out in a row, or you could print them all out in a column, or you could print them out in like a square 3 by 3, something like that. So if we just add 2 parameters right here, then your output image could just be one big grid. Yeah, that'd be super easy to do. I'll put that on the list actually. Like loading multiple LoRa's or multiple prompts or models to test settings and compare. Yeah, multiple LoRa's we'll have to get to when we get to the LoRa's node, but that's next. Prompts, we already have multiple prompts, so that's as long as you, let's say you have, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mank. Oh man, not a mank. Man. So you have like man walking down the street and then separated by 5 dashes. And then woman walking down the street. You can have spaces in between these or whatever, it doesn't really matter. You could really even have them on the same line if you wanted like that. As long as there's 5 dashes in between, you can have multiple prompts in there. Do you ever casually just mess around with image gen? What do you mean? Maybe break it out into a, so anyways, yeah, just to finish that other point, you can do multiple prompts. You can do, we'll get to multiple LoRa's whenever we get to the LoRa stuff. And as far as multiple models, that is something I had considered and would be cool. Let's say if you wanted to try Flux versus, or like NF4 versus Dev, or all 3 of them, whatever, you could try all 3 of them. So right here on the model type, you could have like NF4, UNet, SD, and then you could have all of the combinations of these. So you could try 2 of these 2, or these 2, or those 2, or all 3. And then run the whole workflow 3 times. So that is something I had considered, but it's not a feature right now. So, but you can do multiple prompts and you can do multiple variations of all of these other settings. And soon we'll make it to where you can do variations of this, and then we'll have to work on the multiple variations of models eventually. But yeah, all of that stuff can be included in the output grid. So then you could end up with one big output grid that has all of your different images. Doing different sizes of latent images or input images is going to be a little, we'll have to massage it a little bit basically, because whenever you want to stick all of these images together, these are all mathematical objects, right? They're all matrices of numbers, and you need to stick them all together in the same size. So that's why I added, for example, right here, this added lines right here, because let's say you're testing, everything's the same, you only got one prompt, right? And the only thing that's different is that you're doing both right here. So you're going to do the LLM, whatever the LLM generates for your prompt, and you're going to do your original prompt, right? So it's going to go through and it's going to make its combinations. It's going to come over here and it's going to run your original prompt, and then it's going to run your LLM, or maybe vice versa, but it's going to do one and then the other. And then your output over here is going to be both of those images. And your original prompt is obviously more than likely going to be just a couple of words, maybe a sentence or two or whatever. Whereas the LLM prompt is really long, right? It's going to have some big paragraph like this. So what you end up with is, whenever you try to stick the text, if you want to put the text onto the image at the bottom, you end up with like a paragraph of text versus like a single line of text. And that doesn't work with the matrices, right? The matrices, when you stick them together, they have to be the same size. So that's why I added this extra lines here, right? Because what it'll do is it will default to, I think it defaults to doing whatever shortest. So like your image with your original prompt would be, say, like one sentence. So that's like one line of text, we'll just say, for example. And so that will be that little black bar plus the text plus the size of the image itself will be the overall height of the image. And then so the LLM generated image prompt image will also be that same height, because they have to be the same height, which means your LLM prompt, since it's longer, is going to get cut off. And that's why I added these extra lines here. So you can add more lines so you can see your whole. But the side effect is that your original prompt, that's only one line of text. Now there's a bunch of black space below it. And I can show you an example, actually, if you want. But basically in that output grid, if you are doing either, like in that same example, if you're doing your prompt versus the LLM's prompt, or if you're doing different sizes, different widths and heights and everything on your empty, or whether it's an input image, in all of those cases, those sizes have to be essentially normalized. So they all end up the same size. Are you saving the prompt with the images? When you load it later, it can continue the theme. Saving the prompt with the image. Yeah, the prompt gets sent through to the sampler, so you can print that over on your image if you want. You can say add params, which is just the settings, or you can add prompt, which is obviously your text prompt. Oh, or do you mean like save it separately in a text file or something? I don't think I would do that, if that's what you're talking about. And the reason I wouldn't is because the images that you put out over here, let's say you have, whether you have your prompt printed on the image or not, the workflow is in the image. So you ever wanted that prompt again, you could just, oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, you can print the prompt right here if you want, the params and or the prompt. If you say one that's on true or both on true or whatever you want to put on there, you can put on there. Yeah, and then obviously if you wanted to copy paste that prompt later, you just pull the image back into Comfy and then it's going to appear right here or right here or something. You can just copy it from right there. Oh. Do you ever just generate for the fun of it? Not lately. I mean, it's both, right? It's like, it's fun, but it's also work. A lot of the time, obviously, it's like thumbnails, I mentioned in the last stream, I'm generating thumbnails for my cousin's YouTube channel as well, the gaming channel. And then also I'm trying to think about like what other types of images that other people are generating and like how I need to accommodate that and the features of the nodes and stuff. But so, I mean, it's both. It's work, but it's also, it's not like I'm bored by it. It's pretty much, it satisfies that same curiosity as if I was just kind of like sitting here doing it for no reason. So, yeah. Guess both is to answer your question. I do it. It serves the same purpose. So, model type on latent chooser. Right, that'll be super easy. We need to go to the latent chooser. And on our input types, we have latent type. Where do we want to put it? Where is going to look the best? I guess might as well just put it right at the top, huh? Width, height, latent type, image. Sounds fine to me. And we'll just copy it. We'll say, actually, we'll just copy the whole thing, right? We have on the sampler, we have on our input types, this model type right here. Now, the problem with this is the reason why I didn't do this earlier. Well, it's not a problem with doing this. I can put this on here and that's fine. So that's fine right there. But the problem is, let's say again we want to have this model type on the loader, model loader. We want that to output over here to the latent chooser, and we want it to output over here to the unified sampler, so that way we don't have to select this over here and over here. Which I haven't figured out how to do yet, because it's not the same as the other types of inputs, like width and height. Let me zoom in a little bit. Width and height, for example, on the latent chooser are right here. These could be converted to inputs if you were to say like convert widget to input width like that, right? But for those, these are integers. So if you look at types, it's under, what does it say? Image width, image height. It's this right here, so it's an int. So it has like a defined specific value. Whereas with these drop down menus, like right here, the drop down menus, you define them as a list, and for some reason these lists do not like to accept. So like for this model type, if I went over to here and I said convert widget to input model type, right? Instead of having that little drop down. And so what I want to do is have it do like a use anywhere node right there, and have that go all the way over to right here. I can send it over there, but for some reason it doesn't want to accept it when it gets here. And I haven't figured out why exactly yet. All I know is that these lists, for whatever reason, it doesn't like to accept. It doesn't like to accept an input from somewhere else. But let's see if we can figure that out real quick. So here's what we're gonna do. We have the model type on the latent chooser now, so it'll be a list, just like it was before I just changed it. A little drop down that says either Flux or SD, so that'll be right here now. So we'll have that. And what we want to do is we have model type. Let's go ahead and make sure we're passing it into the method here. So model type. And then let's just go ahead and print it out. How about that? Model type. There we go. So now whenever it gets sent from over here, we can print it out and see what it is. I probably should have done that sooner, but anyways, here we go. So now we're going to restart Comfy and make sure we have everything saved. I don't think we changed anything in here, but we'll save it. And yeah, that should be fine. So let's restart Comfy. Oh, did we even finish our video? While that's going, let's see here. Save workflow files. Oh, key bindings. Very excited about that. Key bindings will be dope. So you can have some keyboard shortcuts. That'll be nice. Pass what as a string? The prompt or key bindings? Yeah, key bindings will be nice. I think that's really the last thing in here. Yeah, that's it. Okay. You're talking about passing the prompt as a string? The model type. Yeah, exactly. Pass it as a string. But I don't want to... The other option would be to, instead of having this be a drop-down menu, yo, Sandro, what is up? Instead of having the model type be a drop-down menu where you could select Flux or SD, I could make that a string input and then it would work just fine. But I didn't want to make it a string because then you'd have to type it out. So I wanted to make it a drop-down list. So, but I think we can figure it out. It should be pretty. Let's set this to, well, whatever. Let's set it on Flux. Let's make sure let's put this on, say, like 512 and 512. If you're ever, this is something that CAD pointed out on the latent chooser in the Patreon in the bug chat. He pointed out that these use anywhere nodes were like, one of them was like hooked up to the image instead of the width or something like that. And that's the thing. If you notice, this height value just said nan whenever I restarted Comfy, and that's because if you add some inputs and outputs, either these or these fields or whatever, and it bumps something else down, whenever you restart Comfy, it doesn't move the values for you. So it just kind of fills it in with whatever. And that's why this was off. So if you notice that noodle is on image instead of on width, that's why. I try to catch that before I push the updates, but sometimes I don't catch them all. What's up? I need to know how to pronounce your name. I want to say Oder. Ogre? No, it's not owner. Owner. The H is like an N and the N is like an I, right? So it's like Nicole. Is that a Nicoleb? I don't know. It's been a long time since I've looked at Cyrillic, man. So let me know what that breaks down into in English and I will say hello. What's up, new people? Hello, Sandro. Hi. All right, so okay, we got our model type here. Let's convert that to a input model type. Width, height, and the latent type we're going to set. See, again, this is the file name on the latent type when that's not an option in the drop-down menu. It's just because the value that was there in my image, it just got pushed up into that space. So anyways, you got to make sure you go back in and select the right thing here. We're going to go with empty latent, and that's fine. So 512, 512, we have our height and width there. CAD, what's up, man? Cheers. I was just talking about you. Or not talking about you, but I was bringing up something that you brought up in the bug chat, which was a helpful thing to point out. So we have our model type there. We have our model type there. Now we need, of course, a use anywhere node. And the use anywhere functionality, I had mentioned in a previous video that all of these outputs on these nodes, I do want to convert these to where they can broadcast. So you don't have to have these, use any of these extra use anywhere nodes. So that way all of these, you could just say where you want them to broadcast to. They could just broadcast to the whole workflow or to specific nodes in the workflow or whatever. But that functionality is a little trickier. I got to get into something else. I mean, it's not that complicated, but it's just another thing I got to learn. So it's just something else I got to get into. But for now, we're just sticking with the use anywhere nodes. So we have, let's go with that's not going to work. Let's go with a Use every, no, I guess not. Any, no, every, where, seed everywhere, prompts everywhere, anything everywhere. Let's go with anything everywhere. I guess I could have just copied. Let me delete that. Copy paste. There we go. We'll just do that. And send that to there. So now any node that has a model type, right? Let's check the code real quick. Should an empty latent choice clear the load image? It doesn't. It doesn't get used. Your whatever latent you have, right? Whatever image was last imported here, it doesn't. It just doesn't get used. It's not going to clear it, but that's the functionality, because this is built on top of the you know, obviously I have the functionality from the empty latent image, and I also have the functionality from the load image node. So all of that is combined in here, and that's how the load image node functions. If you have an image right here and it doesn't get used by the load image node, if it doesn't get passed on to somewhere else, like say you have a switch somewhere between wherever your load image node is and wherever it's going, if it doesn't get used, it just doesn't get used, but it doesn't like unload, it doesn't like clear the image out. So that's why. But it doesn't get used, obviously. So, okay. So anywhere we have a string, oh, this is just anything anywhere, so this will just go to anything that's open that is a string type, which maybe we don't want to do. Maybe we'd rather do this one, I think. I wonder if I can do lists, because the thing is, I just want to make sure these are not going to be string types, so they're not going to get picked up there. All of that should be fine. The seed is an integer, so I don't think it would get confused with. Let's just try it like this and see what happens, and we'll come back to it if not. So anyways, we have use anything anywhere, and it is a string. And so any string that's open, okay, that might be a problem here because it's not a string necessarily, it's a list. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Well, let's try it like this. What if we take, we'll set that right there. Yeah, we can't even connect it into there, so it's not gonna work. It's not the same time. So what we can do is, and that's the problem, is that the latent chooser and the like these lists here, there's no type specified, it's just a list. Obviously there are strings in the list, but I wonder, latent type, I wonder if what I wonder is it just automatically interprets it as a string if it's a string. But I wonder if I could have, like, say, an object here. I'm having that problem too in my workflows. If you're just passing strings, then all strings will receive it. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to, you have to pass a type or use a send get node. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's just not going to connect because it's not technically a string. It's a list of strings. But anyways, so, and I've tried before, I've tried putting like, right here, string, like so, like that. And that doesn't seem to work. So what I was wondering is, can you put an object in here where you have like, no, that's not gonna work. Well, that's the problem. I don't know of any other node. Can you guys think of a comfy core node or a custom node that I might have where you would have a drop down and you would be able to convert it to an input. We have load image, save image, case sampler. Like for example, we have the case sampler here. Oh, this might work. Convert widget to input, say the sampler name. So we have the sampler name there. That obviously has to be a list, and then it obviously has to accept a string or something, right? That has to be the same thing, I would think, just right off the top of my head. So if we go down into the, oops, not the node helpers, but the nodes, and we look for the case sampler. We have the sampler name, which is of course that list that it gets from the comfy core. And then it has this tooltip here. Huh. Interesting. So it's just the list and the tooltip. Can you look at how anywhere node passes? Yeah, it's the way that the use anywhere node is, if you go to my types here, so you have this, like, this is something that a few different custom node creators have in their custom node like code somewhere. This any type. So this is how they define it. So I have that in mind as well. In my types, and there are a few things I can't remember right off the top of my head. What is something that I use as an any? If I look in here, find in folder, any, looks like we're using it on the LLM prompt. So LLM prompt right here. Yeah, the input type on this has to be an any. But the problem with that is it's still going to end up being a string if it's not used. So basically what I'm trying to avoid is I'm trying to avoid, like, say if we have model type set right here, then we can, you know, get it as an input. But if we don't have it, like if we convert it back to a widget, then it's a drop down list. If it's not, because you want it to act like a string, but you want it to know it is a model type with the anywhere node. Right, yeah. That's something I could do. I could set this to an any type on the input, or I could set it to an any type on the output over here. If I can set it to an any type on the output, that would absolutely be fine and preferable. But if I set it to an any type on the input, say here or here, then if you don't have it set as an input, then you don't get the drop down list. You get a string field input. So you'd have to type it in. If you don't have it set as an input, then you'd have to type it in. So it's not a huge deal, but it's a little bit of a downside. So basically what I would want is, if you don't have it set as an input, if you have it set as a widget on the node, I would rather it be a drop down. And then if it's set as an input, it can be whatever. So let's see. Let's think about what you were just talking about with the any type, and let's think about how the case sampler handles this here. So on the case sampler, they of course have it set to just a list, which is the exact same thing as like this list right here, except I've put this object around here now, but it's not. So this list that, like for example, I have this image right here is also a list. Exactly, there's about 40-second delay in the chat. Oh wow, 40-second delay. That's crazy. Yeah, YouTube's usually faster than that. I don't think it's my connection. The stream says excellent health. I'm not sure. I need to get in there and maybe tweak the latency. It says low latency. Excellent health. Yeah, I need to learn more about the delays and stuff with YouTube settings. I haven't been streaming. I've played around with it a little bit over the past year or so, but nothing serious. So I need to look more into how all of that works and how to best tweak and get the, you know, the fastest, the least amount of delay. Because I have a Fiverr 1 gig upload and 1 gig download speed, so it should be fast on my end. And I imagine it's probably something that I need to change in OBS. But not right now in the middle of the stream. Good to know though, thank you. Right, so we have our model type there. Right, the case sampler, this thing that it gets right here, it's just a list of strings is all that comes out to be. So it's exactly the same thing as like our list that we have right here. Same thing with this image right here. It has a it's a list. It's just a list. So this list of files right here is just checking your directory and getting a list of strings, file names. So that's all that is. So it's the same as this, right? So on the sampler name, they're just getting a list of strings, and there's no type or anything specified here. Same thing with the scheduler, it's just a list of strings. And it says return type latent, obviously, and then function sample, category sampled, output tooltips, right? And so they get the sampler name and the scheduler name, and it's a string when you get it. But okay, so let's think about this. On here we have a say sampler. What's that thing called? Is it sigmas or is that the scheduler? Sampler select helper, you have that, which is, we could take a look at that, I guess. Delay test. How long was it? Delay test. K sampler select, sampler name, K sampler select. Yeah, okay. So there we go. 6-second delay on your end. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay. Right. The K sampler select just passes a string. Is that what you're saying? I can't even connect it to there. Maybe, but the sampler custom advanced is the sampler custom advanced, I can connect that to there, so that must be a string input. So sampler custom advanced is, I have to remember, it's either going to be in comfy or comfy extras, nodes, advanced sampler. Nope, it's going to be under custom sampler. Yeah, so here we go. So the sampler is a type sampler. Huh. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Technically, it's like a string, right? Or no. Hold on. Let me go back. K sampler select. K sampler select. Let me put a space right there. K sampler select. Is that in? Do you know if that's in the core? Where'd it go? Nodes. K sampler advanced. Empty latent. Empty image. Ooh, image pad for outpaint. Very cool. Okay, we'll come back to that. Image batch, image invert, load scale, load image mask. I'm looking for K sampler select, which is probably like maybe under comfy helpers or something. Node helpers. K-sampler select. I don't see it in here. Node helpers. Nope, not in there. It's not gonna be in main. How about under, we got latent preview. Okay, maybe it's gonna be up here in comfy. Okay, so we have custom sampler, and then, oh, here we go. K-sampler select. Return type is a sampler. So it's not technically a string, it is a string. But its type is called sampler. So, very interesting. And sampler, is it JSON or some type of markup instructions? Turns out I was not live. Oh, gotcha. Cool, cool. All right, so what we see here on the K-sampler select, if we run it, it's going to call this getSampler method, and so it has a list here. This is just a string list, and the sampler that it gets is a sampler object. So that's why its return type is sampler. So K-sampler select right here is not just returning a string to go into the sampler custom advanced, it's returning the sampler object. Okay. I don't know that really helps us. So anyways, it's returning an object, and then on the sampler custom advanced, which is what we were just looking at right here, oh, I guess it makes sense. It's right there in the same file. That's good. It accepts a sampler type. Okay, I was thinking of the K-sampler. The K-sampler is the one that has the drop-down list. Damn it. Advanced stream delay. Check enable set to 1 second. Disable preserve cutoff point. Let's see here. I don't know if I can do it right now, but oh yeah, so I'm signed into YouTube here, so whatever YouTube says is the best settings for OBS, that's what it's using. So that's why I don't know what it's set to, because I didn't actually set it whenever I installed OBS on this computer. I just signed in because I figured it's not in stream. What's not in stream? OBS. 6 seconds on that. It's in the base advanced settings. Oh, okay. Settings under. That's in here, right? Or no? Appearance, stream, output. Oh, advanced. Yeah, doy. Adoy. I'm looking for stream delay. Right here. Okay, interesting. He says, check enable and set it to 1 second. Disable preserve cutoff point. Preserve cutoff point will increase the delay when it's reconnecting if I disable that. Okay. Do you know if I can do that during stream, or is it going to mess anything up? Should I just wait till next time? Jared Baca is saying he's got 6 seconds. Chris, once you found out that you weren't on live, what is it for you now? And Jared, if you can let us know what it is for you. If it's around 5 or 6 seconds for everyone, then I'm not gonna mess with it because I don't want to mess anything up. I'll do it next time. Test, says Chris Rogers. Nine seconds. It could be a little better. It's not terrible. Chris's test came up 6 seconds for me after he sent it. Wait, what? You can tell at what time people send something? Go to channel pin message. Huh. Oh, that's cool. I haven't even looked at this. Hide user on this channel, add as a moderator. I could add you guys as moderators. I don't think that's really necessary right now, but maybe at some point. Baka, you're on the mod list if you want to be. You're in here all the time. Pin message, report, channel activity, go to channel. Chris's test came up. We can see the chats before it shows up on the stream. Oh, right. You can see it in the YouTube chat before it actually shows up on the stream. Yeah. You can do it during a stream. It used to defend against stream snipers. Okay. I'll give it a try. If it messes anything up, we all gotta blame Jared. So here we go. Enable, disable, preserve. Let me just make sure I'm reading your things right. He said check enable, set it to 1 second. 1 second. And disable, preserve cutoff point. Did that. Okay. So apply. Ready, go. Hopefully that's good. Right. So yeah, it looks like everything is still alive on my end. Make sure I'm on live. Am I on live? Yep, I'm on live. Okay. All right. If anything is off, let me know. If not, I will proceed. You're still good, says Chris Rogers. Nice. Thank you. Good to know. We're good here. Is there any change in the delay, or is it pretty much the same? I mean, I'm sure it didn't hurt. Regardless. Hopefully it knocked a second or two off. That'd be nice. Same delay. Okay. Cool. All right. So the sampler custom advanced, right? We can't get, I mean, we can pass in, if we look at Mateo, he's got the comfy execution, custom nodes. We're looking under, I think it's under essentials, right? Sampling, maybe plot sampler parameters. That's what I was looking for, right? Or no? No, I was looking for the helper, sampler select helper. Mateo is the GOAT. He is great. Yeah, he's pretty cool, man. All right, so aside from FlowState, yeah, of course. That's to be understood, right? Nah, he's definitely as knowledgeable as me for sure. I mean, maybe more so in terms of just like comfy specific stuff. But he's definitely a solid programmer, and I have some gripes with some of the way that he and other people structure their classes, and like for me, this is obviously not important at all. I would have, my things set down like so, with a little more clear indentation like so. I would do mine like that. But again, it's not, that's fine. If you want to save a couple lines, I prefer readability. I think that's, I used to make fun of like teachers. I've taken a couple of computer science classes, like 2, and they would always be like, readability. Make sure your variable names are, instead of just using S for a variable name, use like something more descriptive. And I was like, shut up, old man. And then now I'm like that exact same way. I'm like, nope, I want I'll sacrifice a few extra lines for readability. If I have to break it down on a few lines and it looks nicer and I can read it more quickly whenever I'm just glancing at it, that is definitely preferable to saving a couple lines by making it all more compact and stuff and harder to read through. That's just me. Anyways, I'm an old man now. So on the sampler thing, he has if it's not a single day project, right? Yeah, if it's something that you're going to be coming back to again and again, like, yeah, I want to see readability. Yeah, if it's something you're just going to like spin up and test and maybe throw away or never come back to, yeah, it doesn't matter then. Let's see here. Input types, right? Boolean, true, false. Right. That's interesting. Cool. So he's got Boolean for each of the samplers, and then he returns of values, which is a list, v for v in values if v is in values, and then he joins them as a string. Okay, so he is returning a string. The output type does say string. Okay, so that's but he has a string input, so that doesn't really help. On his sampler, he's expecting a string input. Is there an example where you're expecting where you have a drop-down list as your input, but that passes in anywhere as a string? Bad example. Right. You're talking about the helper. Yeah, it's passed out as a string because he does this join right here at the end. So yeah, exactly. I need an example where the input on the node is a drop-down list, but it can be converted to an input and accepted either as a string or whatever. I can pass it as whatever. I wonder if I just pass a list. That's something I thought about earlier, right? Because let's just look at the latent chooser for, like, this is the input, right? It's a list of strings. What if I just pass a list of strings with, because whenever you have a list like this, right, the drop down menu that gets created on the node has this first entry in the list as the default value. So what if I pass it in a list that has the value I want in the first position, or just as the only position in the list? Maybe something like that might work. But anyways, let's check the types. So we're looking at input types. It doesn't have a type specified. I don't know if I can give it one, maybe. Like I said, I tried it before, it didn't seem to work, but that was just as a string. In Flux sampler parameters, how is params passed? Out of the sampler, it's passed as let's see here, plot Flux sampler params. It is return types, just latent and params. That's a good point. I don't think so. I think it's just a params type. That's the return's name. Sampler params is the type. So that's like probably specific to Mateo. And that's actually how I'm doing, now that you mention it, that's actually how I did going from my sampler here. You see I have this FS params and it goes over to the FVD sampler as FS params. So yeah, okay, let's take a look at that. That might very well work. So right on the unified sampler, we have a return type here that is sampler unified, and on our types, I can't see it. I'm gonna there we are. Types. Passes correctly in anywhere. It is a string. Flux sampler parameters has parameter. Is it a string? It passes correctly in anywhere. Yeah. Okay, so on the types we were looking at, what was it? On the unified sampler, it said sampler unified. That makes sense. That would be like right here, sampler unified. It's got to be not a string. Sampler unified. Okay. Sampler unified. There we go. Okay. So image, latent, and FS params. Okay, so that's on the sampler. That's what it's returning. Image, latent, FS params. Okay. image latent fs params, right? And fs params, that's the type. But okay, but this is the problem though. It's not about what type it is, it's about the fact that whenever you have a list, you don't set a type. And the same thing on Mateo's thing here. Let's say, well, really anywhere on the plot sampler params, anywhere that he has a list here, there's no type. Like there's not like a type out here that would be like string. It just is a list of strings. And that's the same for Mateo or any other custom nodes or the Comfy core nodes. There's not a type listed out here in front. It's just a list of strings, and Comfy just recognizes that it's a list of strings. So it's passed correctly in anywhere. In anywhere, right. So model type is a list of strings, and then if we pass it as any, it's on there. And actually, you know what? I didn't even think to check this. Unified model loader on the return types, model unified. If we look at our return types, model unified, model clip, VA, int, string. Okay. Basic scheduler sigmas may pass a drop down. Yep. That's another one too. I'll check that in a sec. All right. So this is being put out as a string. What if instead of a string, what if we call this fs model type? Okay, so that's what our model loader is putting out right here. The type is going to be fs model type. And on the sampler or the latent chooser, for example, we have this, but again, we can't set a type, which is the problem. Maybe I'm going about this all wrong. Right, and again, looking at the SVD sampler, whenever we get those fs params in here, we get a latent, and we get an, oh, that's return types. We get fs params is type fs params in, and if we look at our types, fs params in is gonna be right here, fs params. I should probably rename that, but it is fs params, and it has a tooltip. Fs params in, type fs params, and it doesn't have any like default values or anything. I have a hard time believing that you can't put a type there and then put a list. That would make no sense at all. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say on the model loader, we have the output. Make sure we're passing it, right? Model type is right there, which is the model type that we pick up from right there, which is from our input types model type, which will be a string, should be one of these strings, but we don't want all three of those. We just want Flux or SD. So let's say model type out equals Flux if model type not equals SD, else It's a little backwards on the logic, but it works. You know what? I don't like it. SD. Yeah. SD if model type equals SD, else. That's a little more straightforward. And I think there might be something another way to do that's a little more clever, but for now it'll work. Model type out. All right, so it'll be a model type out, and the type will be, we said, FS model type. And then on the, for example, a latent chooser, we have this thing right here. I'm just going to try to put FS model type as the input type. And then it has this list, Flux or SD, that's what we're expecting. One of those two, and the same thing on the sampler. We have Flux and SD. We're going to try to put that right there. And so FS model type is what we're putting out. FS model type is what we're, hopefully if that type works right there, that's what we're expecting to get in. And you know what? What we're going to do is just put that in, and we'll say FS model type. Back to our types, we have, we could put that, I suppose it doesn't really matter too much. We'll put it right here. FS model type equals that. And FS model type, and that should be fine. So we got Flux and SD, FS model type, and then over on the sampler, we just changed that to there. And then over on the latent chooser, we would want to do the same thing. FS model type. Okay, so now we have that there, and that is pulled from types for both of those nodes, and we're exporting or returning a FS model type right there, because our output types are set as model unified, and it is in the types it is set to FS model type, right? So FS model type there, and then on the input type, FS model type there. So, okay. And then just for consistency, let's look at the names here. That does say model type. And on the latent chooser, this does say model type lowercase. Okay, so the names are consistent, the types are consistent. Let's restart Comfy. Actually, first of all, let's just delete those, and then we'll restart Comfy. Oh God, I thought my dog was about to puke. It's like panic to like run to get him outside before he pukes. Not that he like pukes all the time, it's pretty rare, but okay. So we got a bug. It says Did I miss it? Restarting. Restarting. Okay. I don't see any errors. Future warnings. Mollis. 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 That's enough. Yeah, I don't see any errors. So, what's going on here, buddy? What's going on here, buddy? Hey, pal. Hey, pal, what's your deal, buddy? Alright, fine. Go back to types. And we'll take the stupid type out. Save. Back to there. Refresh. Hey, buddy. I'm not your friend, pal. Okay. Well, we don't have the types in there. It's fine. Model type, model type. And okay. All right, let's make sure our settings are fine. NF4 STXL Turbo Flux Dev. We have weight type on default, and then we have NF4 Flux A safe tensor seed 4. That's, we'll just go with whatever, extra crispy. And here we have 512 empty latent, and I don't see it lighting up. Sometimes it doesn't, though. The model's definitely being passed in the VAE. Sometimes it doesn't light up. Anyways, or maybe it's after you hit the queue or whatever. Oh, let's take these out of here. I'll go with 1. And we don't need prompt. I guess we can leave params. Doesn't really matter. Oh, yeah, model type, see? And I still can't connect them, right? Yeah. Because it doesn't have a type, it's just a list of strings. So, oh, is it really? Thank you. I did not know. I get my beaches out in Georgia. All right, well, I suppose in the meantime, we could just turn it into a string. I guess. Could turn it into a boolean. Huh, that's annoying. Well, yeah, no. If it's a list, I mean, I don't know if GPT is gonna know the answer to this, but you know, maybe it's worth a shot. I need a conversation here, buddy. I need a chat. All right. When building a comfyui node to add a drop down list to a node, a Python list, e.g. string list, is used. How, let's see, is used, but it is not given a specific type, like string. Is it possible to set a type for it, or alternatively pass in a string to it from another node. Define strings or integers, and the type itself isn't explicitly set as string or integer for the dropdown. However, the dropdown will still behave according to, yes, I know that. As for passing a string from another node into the dropdown list, comfyui doesn't natively support passing dynamic strings directly into dropdowns. I didn't think it would even know the answer to this question. Good job, guys. The dropdown is populated statically based on the predefined list of options. That being said, there are a few workarounds. Oh, dynamic population via code. You can modify the node's behavior in the init method or during execution phase by programmatically altering the drop-down list. This allows it to respond. Yeah, I didn't think it would know at all, because I've searched. I mean, it's been a couple weeks, but I've searched for comfy documentation. I didn't find anything. So wherever it's getting this answer from, I'm not sure, but it's definitely impressive. Maybe it'll tell me. I based my explanation on how dropdowns are traditionally handled in similar environments. Oh, okay. UI frameworks, APIs, deep learning pipelines like comfyui, along with knowledge of... Maybe it's right. Who knows? If you're looking for a more in-depth breakdown, I'll come back to that. Okay, so it says on the workarounds, it says you can modify the behavior in the init method or during execution phase by programmatically altering the drop-down list. This allows it to respond to changes in the input data of another node. Workaround with inputs, you can create a normal input field where you would pass a string from another. That's true, I could just do that. From another node and then use that value internally within your node, but the actual drop down list would still be static. That's exactly what I'm doing on the, well, pretty much the exact same thing that I'm doing on the seed string list, because, right, you have the seed input, which is an integer type. And then down here you have this seed string list. And if you put a list of strings, or even if you just put one string, like 4 or something, if you have anything in this field, then just during execution it will use that and ignore this. So I could just leave the drop down list and just have another field on here. That might be a little confusing, but I mean, I don't know. Dynamic population via code. You can modify the node's behavior in the init method or during execution phase by programmatically altering the drop-down list to respond to changes in the input data of another node. Or work around with inputs. Create a normal input field in your node where you pass a string from another node and then use that. How is positive prompt passing correctly? What do you mean? On the these are just strings. So you have the conditioning, which is like a tensor, and then you have the positive and negative prompt are just strings. So I suppose that's really the answer. Isn't that the functionality you wanted? Positive and negative prompt? No, because if you were to convert, say negative prompt, convert input to widget, negative prompt, for example, then what you get is a field. And I didn't want a field, I wanted to stay a drop-down list. Like I don't want a text field where you have to type in if it's converted to this. If it's not converted to this, it doesn't matter, but convert widget to input, negative messed up my ordering. Oh, okay, fine. Convert input to widget. Seed and model type. Seed and convert input to widget. Model type. All right, now we have that, and we can say convert widget to input, seed, and then convert widget to input, model type. Okay. Negative. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So those are just strings. So I guess that's what we're going to do for now. Maybe there's another solution, but for now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and just have this as a separate field on here for both of those. And so we have the FS model type, let's say like FS model type list, and then we'll do another one, FS model type string, and we'll just go ahead and copy that from somewhere else. How about it? We got something like right here will be fine. Actually, I want to get that whole thing. So string default. Oh, it has a default, right? Yeah. I guess I could put a default. I'll just put default flux. How about that? And let's see here. Instead of random noise, it's going to be, okay, I'm going to leave that for a sec. I'm going to say, let's see, model type passed from unified model loader or other string. If not empty, model type is used instead of the drop down model type field. All right. So, and I guess while we're in here, let's do something like, hopefully I can do this in a way that's like, not going to screw anything up. So that looks like those will work, I think, as long as it's on a single line. It might work even if it's not on a single line. Let's try it like that. As long as it's not on a specifically broken down single line. Okay. It's got to have a tooltip on the end. Tooltip. Min. Let's stop right there. That'll get most of it done. All right, so we have our min values here. Oh, that's not gonna work because we got decimals in some of these. Well, yeah, it's not gonna work. I can't select what needs to be selected all at once. I guess that's close enough. Yeah, that's close enough. Let's go one more right there. All right, if I copy that and then go to the end of the string, I should be right there. Oh no, it's not gonna work. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll do it later. I'll add in the min and max values you were talking about later. I just don't want to do it individually one by one right now, which looks like I'll have to do that for the most part, which is not a huge job, but I'll do it later. So anyways, we have the model type list and model type string, and that is going to be there. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump back over to our sampler first of all, and we'll call this model type. We'll leave that as model type. Sampler name in ksampler advanced is being passed as a combo. Sampler name in ksampler advanced is being passed as a combo. Nodes ksampler advanced right here. Sampler name, yeah, it's a list as well. That is a list and the schedulers are a list, but again, it doesn't have a type. And then if there's another node that's able to pass a string value into that, let me know, because that would be exactly what we're trying to do. I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay. So we said we have on the types, we had that, right? This is going to be the list. And sampler scheduler settings, JPS nodes can pass sampler name. I don't think I have those. Let's see here. JPS, nope. Manager, custom nodes manager, JPS, custom nodes for comfyui. Yeah, I think I can restart without breaking anything. Let's try it. Are we popping off right now? We're always popping off, man. Popping sploinkas. Sploinkies. Sploinkies. All right, JPS, what do you say? JPS, trying out Cloud Nerds, sour, watermelon, strawberry. Pretty good so far. It sounds good. Yeah, I like the sour stuff. It's usually pretty good. Yeah, my cousin was telling me, I don't know if that was you that mentioned Cloud Nerds, like getting it online or whatever. But my cousin caught that, whoever was saying that, and he was like, yeah, he buys his online too, and he's showing me what website he uses. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but yeah, he's like $7-8, a lot cheaper than in the store for sure. Sampler scheduler settings. Sampler scheduler settings. Okay, SDXL. Conditioning switch, crop image, latent, sampler scheduler settings. Man, there's a lot of nodes in here, huh? Sampler scheduler settings, revision settings, controlnet switch, instant ID settings, SDXL basic settings. Is that what you're referring to? Sampler name, scheduler. Settings, controlnet, image prep. Did I already pass it? Maybe. Sampler scheduler settings. There we go. Okay. And you said this can pass to a K-sampler advanced. K-sampler advanced. If we take that and say convert the sampler, and then we have the sampler name here. Ooh, look at that. Okay, so let's see the JPS. JPS, ComfyUI Essentials, JPS, and we are looking under, let's see here. No way, he has all these in one file? Dude, not cool. What's in your vape? The electronic splunk. Yeah, it's this right here. Well, hold on, I guess, that guy right there. Strawberry grape. Strawberry grape. It's a little less potent than I normally like it, but they didn't have the nicotine additive. They just had this. So this is 6 milligram. I usually get the little nicotine additive thing. It takes it up to like 12, but they can't. He said he couldn't find them this week. So it's another good reason to order online. All right, so many freaking things in here. Not cool, man. Putting all your stuff in one file. I was gonna do that, but then I realized really quickly that these nodes get huge, so. Oh my God, so many classes. Why would you do this? I do have some pretty big, I have something very similar to this where I have everything in like one. No, I actually broke it up. I did have something like this for a very long time for my web. If you check my website, it's not, yeah, I can search. I'll search in just a sec. I don't even know if my website is up right now. No, she's down. All right, never mind. All right, search for, what are we looking for? Settings, sampler, scheduler settings. Let me just take a look here. If we go here to properties panel, it is, oh, they don't even have, okay, fine. It's probably just one word, sampler scheduler settings. Sampler scheduler, no, it's not named. How is it named? South Bay creation. So glad I quit vaping. I smoked for 20 years, then vaped for 3 years and quit. Yeah, I smoked cigarettes like off and on for a long time. And then I quit for a long time. And then I started back and then I quit for a long time. And until recently, I hadn't smoked a single cigarette in like probably over a decade. And I was doing the vape on and off a little bit just over the past few years. And whenever I am in a shape, whenever I'm financially stable again to where I can actually afford the food that I need to like work out and get back in shape, then I'll quit the vape stuff again and I'll quit caffeine again. For a while there, I was no nicotine, no caffeine, nothing, just food and water. And that's how I like to be. But right now it's just a bunch of, yeah, it's just a bunch of, so, but this is the input type right here. We're looking for the output type. Yeah, I definitely prefer no nicotine, no caffeine, no nothing. But right now I'm just like, I get in these modes where I'm like writing a lot of code and doing a lot of editing and stuff like that. And so then I start drinking caffeine and also I don't have the money to work out anyways. So I'm just like, whatever, fuck it. I might as well just chug caffeine and smoke like vape or whatever. And, but whenever it's hard to quit caffeine, man. That's the hardest thing I've ever had to quit. It's harder than cigarettes. For sure. I can quit cigarettes much more easily than caffeine. It's crazy. It's like the most legal drug there is, and it's the hardest one to give up. What a world. All right. Anyways, so this scheduler sampler name right here, this is the input. We're looking for the output. Yeah, caffeine's tough, man. When you get headaches and stuff, it's hard. So he's got underscores in his things. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's go sampler underscore scheduler. Okay. We're getting some results. Scheduler and then underscore. Okay. Hey, check it out. We found it. It's only on line 2000. We would have gotten there eventually. All right. So his return type is... Oh, his return type is the list. Wow. Cool, man. Cool. Okay. All right. Good call, Chris Rogers. All right. So I think that takes care of it. We can figure that out, right? It is the list. All right. So what if we try to return a list? So let's go back to the sampler, right? We have the model n and the model type. We're going to leave that as that. And then we go back to the latent chooser. And this model type is the list type, right? We have not yet added the strings, so we'll just leave it. Cool. All right. And then we go back to here. Now we have this model type here. Does he have on his return names, his return type is the list. Wow. Okay. So the return type is the list. Okay. Huh. Oh, I didn't even notice this. We have this model type right here. And we also have model type as the output. Maybe that's not good. Just for separation, I'm going to call this model type out. It's probably fine. I'm just going to leave it. All right, but then the type is on model unified, which if we look at the type on model FlowState unified sampler type, I'm looking for types. Okay, I gotta squeeze this over so I can see the types. So on the model unified out is right here in FS model type. So really we need to put a list right there. That's interesting. I would have never thought to do that. Good catch. Good catch. All right. So I guess we'll say like Flux and then comma SD. I guess we'll see if that works. It should work as far as passing it around goes. And it should, I would imagine it would work on the selection as well. I guess let's see. Let's see. And just to take one more quick look at this JPS nodes, right? So he has the input types is the sampler and scheduler, and then he returns the sampler and scheduler, which is just the list. Sampler name is the sampler list. It's just a string list is all it is. And then, so I'm assuming you select it on the node, and then it sends the list on as the selected one. Function get sam schedule. Get sam schedule. Guess that's a descriptive enough name. All right, so yeah. All right. Output type is just the list. Output type is just the list. Okay. I mean, if it works for that, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. Let's save that. We'll go back to Comfy. Good catch. Good catch, Chris Rogers. You really are Captain America, man. You're the real Cap. Generally, I can quit caffeine easily, but I can't quit the sweet, sweet taste of cold Pepsi. Are you the one who doesn't like cherry Pepsi? Someone was criticizing me the other day for drinking cherry Pepsi. All right, so no errors. That's cool. Oh, look at there. This one's lighting up. This one is not. Oh, it is. Yeah, you just have to zoom way in. Okay, so it's lighting up. That was you. Yeah. Yep. I do love cherry Pepsi and cherry Coke. I think I like cherry Pepsi more, but they're probably the same exact thing. All right, so we have this here set as NF4, and in our code on the unified model loader, what we have is that if it's SD, it's SD. Okay, so now here's the question. I gotta actually return the list. It's passing, but I think it's passing maybe the wrong thing. I think what I need to do is like return that as a list like that. You can connect to LoRa with this. I might have to think about it. Pepsi in general is to be criticized. Yeah, I mean any soda, really. It's all garbage, but we still drink it anyways. At least for now. Once I have enough cash flow coming through to where I can actually, I got a gym outside. I got like a little home gym set up. Once I get enough cash flow coming through to where I can actually afford food, enough food to eat and work out and be healthy, then I will do that. And I will stop drinking soda, and I will stop drinking energy drinks and all of that stuff. But for now, it is what it is. Last workflow did have an input for LoRa's. Right, I had the LoRa workflow, but the thing with the LoRa workflow, I don't have Sarge anymore, but as far as I'm aware, the LoRa just kind of plugs in right here in between your model. At least in the XLabs case, it just plugs in right here in between your model and your sampler, your model loader and your sampler. So you should be able to just put that same node with this workflow right there. I like LoRa. About LoRa's, I like the functionality of RG3 Comfy Node Power LoRa Loader. Yeah, haven't checked it out, but I assume he probably makes pretty good. I mean, I'm using his little bar here that just kind of installed with cogx. I think it came with, I think the RG3 thing came when I installed cogx, which I wasn't going to use the little bar, but now that I have it, I'm like, it's kind of cool. But he makes good stuff. He or she, I don't know, RG3. But I would think that if it just plugs in your model pipeline, you should be able to just put it in your model pipeline just like that. If we go back over to here, and because you have your model right here going to your sampler, you could just say go from here into your LoRa, and then from there to your anywhere node over to your sampler or whatever, however you want to do that. That's what I would think off the top of my head. Okay, so right, we have that there. I think we need to restart one more time because I just put this in a list. Let's save that. Let's restart again. I'll give it a try. I want to test that turbo flux. Yeah, I do too. Me too, man. Me too. Okay. So it is connected. Let's see if it will run. First of all, we'll try NF4. And we will say, make sure all this is right, looks good. Default NF4 Flux AE safe tensors, that is going to all. looks fine. Our settings are there. Sure, that's fine, whatever. 512, 512, empty latent, model types being picked up there. And then Euler DDEM uniform, 432, sure, looks fine. Seed model type. Let's queue it up. Hopefully it'll work. If that would work, you should add it to your node's workflow explanation video. The, what do you mean? The thing that we're doing right now? Or the LoRa's? Ooh, none object is not iterable. About adding LoRa's, yeah, I should, well, I don't know, I'll think about it, because as soon as this FVD is done, I'm going to move on to the node that will be controlnets, IP adapters, and LoRa's. So it might change in a few days, because whenever I finish up this FVD over here, we're going to make a new node that's going to be roughly the same size as either the sampler or this latent chooser, and it's going to go in somewhere, like maybe like right here or on one side or the other of this latent chooser, and then it'll just fit right into this workflow. Yeah. And that'll house all of the control nets, LoRa's, IP adapters, all that stuff. So it'll just be right there in your pipeline. So I might just wait and do that and then explain it then. That's one thing. Like, I have these older videos on Sarge and the Flux sampler parameters and stuff like that. And obviously that stuff inspired these new nodes that I've built. So a lot of the ideas are, you know, transfer over. But now I'm like, I have these older videos, and hopefully people don't go to watch those and then try that stuff, and then they come and they're like, oh well, this doesn't work, and I'm like, well, I have these new ones now. Like, I wish YouTube would just send these newer videos to people first and not the old ones. So I don't know how they handle that, but I could just unlist them, but I'm still getting views on them, so I don't really necessarily want to unlist them. I don't know. I'll think about it. Have everything in one so we could toggle. Exactly. Yeah, I'm tired of having all these nodes all over the place. Yeah. Everything in one. Yeah. That's the curse of learning new things and sharing. Yeah. Exactly. All right. So what was the error that we got here? It said something about, okay. God, way up there. None type object is not iterable for the sampler helper. Ugh. Okay. Did we print it out? We printed it somewhere, right? None type. Yep, none type. Let's see. Running model Flux. Okay. It is getting a list with just Flux in it. Okay. All right, so we just got to take it out. We just gotta take it out. So for example, on the latent chooser, I kept getting that earlier as well, but that it was due to the latent. Oh, okay. All right, so for example, in here, we're getting the model type passed in, and that is the list thing. And so what we should do is we should say right here, where are we using model type? We're not even using it yet. Okay, cool. So here's what we're gonna do. Welcome to the 12 people watching. Yes, welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Feel free to jump in the chat. Does not have to be comfy related. We can talk about any old thing. Any old thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, let's see here. We have model type right there. I'm just going to say like selected model equals let's do it like this. model type if is instance model type string. Oh no, that's not, yeah, duh. String. Else, I mean, I guess I could just assume it's a list at this point. So maybe I could just say model type. Maybe I should do it the other way. Maybe that's safer. Maybe it doesn't matter. Selected model if instance string, else model type 0. I mean, I could try checking for something else, but I think I'm just gonna leave it at that for right now. That should work. Maybe if something else comes up later, we can change it. But so selected model, and then if it's empty latent, we have VAE encode, which should do the job. I think the only situation where we need to worry about this is under generating an empty latent. So we got height, width, and we'll say selected model. And then we go up into generate here. Wait. Oh, we're not passing the batch size. That's fine. Yeah. Selected model, and then copy, and then we'll say latent channels is for if selected model equals flux, else 16. And then we can take that right out. Latent channels. Yep. Okay. Okay. And then I think we could just do the same thing right here. We go to the assembler and we go, let me close this up. In the beginning of the string, you said something about 4 or 16. Will that change? Yeah. So for if you look at let's do it like this. If you go to, I gotta remember what they are using. If we go to Flux, should be right there. And let's pull this off to here. In the standard Flux workflow, we have this empty SD3 latent image. And then if we go to back to here, we'll go to right there. It's fine. We'll paste that right there. And then we have empty latent image, right? So we have those two right there. And I have to look. We have empty latent and empty SD3 latent. So if we go back over to nodes and search for empty, not that. We have empty image, empty latent image, empty image, empty, yes, empty latent image. This one does 4 channels. And then the empty SD3, if I can remember where that is, say find in folder, empty SD3 latent image under nodes SD3. this one does 16 channels. So maybe I'm backwards here. Flux needs the 16 channels and SD needs the 4 channels. Will that be your VAE encode functionality? No, the VAE encode will kind of handle this by itself already, because under the latent chooser, right? If you're using a stable diffusion model that you loaded up here in the model loader, and you selected the right VAE, then the VAE that gets passed around, including over to the latent chooser, is going to be either the Flux VAE, or it'll be the SD VAE, whichever one you chose to load. And so whenever you're using an input image, this isn't a problem, because whenever it calls the VAE encode method, it calls it on whichever VAE you loaded up. So if you loaded up the right SD VAE, then this will handle the channels properly. Obviously, if you load up the Flux model and the SD VAE, then obviously that would be an issue. But if you loaded up the right, Flux model and Flux VAE, then the channels are, yeah, exactly. So it's only an issue on when it's empty latent, because we're specifically generating it from scratch. So we have to specify the channels ourselves. Right, so latent channels, and let me just remember here, because we were just looking at the SD3, which is the one that we got from the standard Flux workflow, right? It's this empty SD3 latent image, right? And the empty SD3 latent image does 16 channels. So if it's Flux, we need to do 16 channels, right? So this is backwards. 16 if Flux, else 4. All right. Cool. All right. Let's see if that works. And did we do this on the sampler yet? We copied that, save, and then we go back over to the sampler, and we have model type right there, and that's being used right there. Right, so where else are we using that? Okay, I guess that's fine. I don't see it anywhere else below that, so okay. So let's go right. I guess right here is fine. We'll say same thing, selected model. Model type if string, else model type at 0, and then are there any other types? Are there any other types other than Flux and SD? Possibly, that's one thing I thought about, but as of right now, and that's supported in my workflows, no. There might be some other types, but as long as I can cover Flux and SD, that's all I care about for now. If there are other types, they're like niche, The mainstream of what people are using Comfy for, as far as I'm aware, is Flux and SD. So yeah, exactly. As long as I cover those. If there are some other niche ones that grow to be kind of like a more commonly used thing, then I'll add it. But for now, we'll just stick to this. All right, so model type, we need this now to be selected model. All right. So we have selected model, cool. All right, so that should be everything. Let's close that stupid little girl and close that and get rid of those. And let's close that and restart. How's the music? Is the music still going? Hell yeah. Are you implementing the negative prompt in Flux? I'm not. I just don't use it. If you have, if you use in the model loader, if you use SD, like some kind of stable diffusion model, then your positive and your negative prompt will get used. If you use like NF4 or Flux or something, yeah, or Dev or whatever, Schnell, any of those, it gets generated and gets passed on through over here, but then when we get to the sampler, it just doesn't use it. And in the params, whenever you, let's say if you say add your prompt onto your image, it just will say none, or it just won't be there. I can't remember exactly, but it'll either say none or for the negative, or it'll say, or it just won't say a negative. It'll just put the positive, something like that. Yep. Okay. So I think it should work now. Let's give it a go. I find it useful to optimize the prompts for both clip-L and T5XXL. Are you using the clip-L or T? See, that's something I need. That's like a point of clarification that I need, because I don't really know, to be honest. Are you using clip-L? Or the way I did it is, I have to look in the code, but I just implemented it the same way as whatever the standard Flux workflow does, basically. So however they have the, I shouldn't have closed that now. Or maybe it wasn't the standard Flux workflow, but there was some Flux workflow, however they did it. I looked at that and I used it. We'll look at the code in a sec though. All right, so this works, that's cool. So now we don't have to select the model type on all of these places. We can just say, based on whatever we already selected right here for our model type, that will take care of it in our other nodes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. It's a big code base, so you just dive in and learn as you go. That's all you can do. I mean, I've torn through, you know, Node.js and PHP and just the E6, what do they call it? E6S or whatever, JavaScript, Xma, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. All the documentations for all the PyTorch, Keras, like, you know, everything. The documentation is so huge, you just got to jump in and learn as you go, because there's no way to memorize all of it. Whenever I first started out way back in the day, I was like, oh, I need to learn all of these C types and all of these built-in PHP methods and stuff. And I was like, I need to memorize this and memorize that. And then very quickly I realized, nope, there's no sense. Just do what you need to do, and you can Google. If you need to know what a specific method or something is, you can Google it. There's no sense in trying to memorize documentation for all these different things. So anyways, our text is a little big. Not that it matters, but maybe we'll just drop it down. I like the number 32. It's a nice number. So let's give that a try. Oh, I forgot to, yeah. Now do it. There he goes. Okay. There we go. All right. So yes, we got that working. We can check that off the list, which I think was down here. No? Where'd the list go? No, it's definitely not on that one, obviously. No, don't save that. Aha, right. So that's good. I guess I should probably test it on SD, huh? Let's try stream shaper. And we will change that to SD. And clip. I'm going to leave those as they are, and I'm just going to change this to default. And I'm going to change VAE to default. And I think that should work. So here we go. Hopefully. When trying to use a LoRa, I'm coming across this error. 2 does not accept a copy argument. All right, cool. So it works for Flux, it works for SD. Cool, man. I don't know what this image is supposed to be, but it looks kind of cool. Interesting. Okay. All right, when trying to use a LoRa, I'm getting this error, FlowState unified sampler runtime error. 2 does not accept copy argument. Can you screenshot the whole like command prompt output, all of the text around where you see that error, and put that in the Patreon chat and the bug chat, and I'll check it out. There might be a little more context in the surrounding text that I need to look at to narrow that down. 2 does not accept a copy argument. Yeah, it's going to be something to do with, because the LoRa is going to patch the, let's say if you're using NF4, the LoRa is going to patch the NF4 model, and then that's what's going to get passed on to the sampler. And I got to make sure that that is being handled the same way as it does whenever it's not patched with the LoRa. Who did the original image chooser node? I had it installed, but I need to reinstall. It's CG image picker. If you look under the custom nodes, it's called, it's the same guy who does the use everywhere, CG use everywhere, and then CG image picker. So it should just be in the manager, install custom nodes manager, and search for like CG. Okay, maybe not. Diffusion CG, multi-workspace, CG-EM, picker, embedding picker, comfyui JNodes. Huh. I don't see it in here. I guess maybe I installed it via like a Git repo or something. Chris Goringe. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, probably not, but that's it right there. Very useful, for sure. All right, what's next on the list? We have broadcast model type, eliminate manual selection. Well, that's part of what we just did. So, oops. Yeah, no worries. Okay, is my keyboard not working? What's going on here? Oh, I'm using Control K. This is not a terminal. Control X to cut. Okay, right. Clip attention presets, that should be easy enough. Let's jump over to our latent, LLM. And so we have our QKV list right there. And what I would like to do... Oh, we gotta add another input, I guess. Let's go ahead and say on our input types, we'll add clip, and then we have all of our QKV stuff down here. Let's go ahead and put another one right there, and we'll say clip presets. That's cool. I like that we're getting into some presets here. Oh, too many. Let's go with, say, standard. Standard, and that'll be just ones for everything. Send you a couple screen caps. Cool. All right, I'll check it out. I will check it out. All right, so we got standard. I don't really know what I want to name these, to be honest. Yeah, presets are always nice. Typically, what I'll do with the clip attention is I'll either try it like this, where I have everything set to 1 except for the outputs on 4, or higher, like 4, 6, 8, something like that. Or I have this other configuration where I put these as 0.9, 0.9, and then I set this to 1.4. And to be honest, I don't really know how to explain. I just kind of narrowed this down over a bunch of trial and error, so I don't really know what to call this. Yeah, QKV is kind of a deeper concept to really get into, but one good place to go is Hedu AI. This chick right here, Hedu AI by Batul Haidar. Probably pronouncing that incorrectly, but if you go over to her channel and you look down here, you see there's this episode 1, 2, and 3. So, visual guide to transformer neural networks. This covers the position embeddings. So, if you're thinking about comfy and you're thinking about like clip text encode, right? So you have your string, your prompt that you type into here, and then it gets encoded with the clip into this thing called conditioning from right here, and then that gets passed into your model, right? So you're not passing in letters into your model, you're passing in some kind of matrix of values, right? So you got to encode your letters into matrices that represent the words that you've typed. So that's the position embeddings and encoding. Well, hold on, come back to here. So that would be this video right here. She covers that. And then in the second video, she covers the multi-head and self-attention mechanisms. And this, we'll take a look at it really quickly. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'll show you a couple of the slides that kind of break it down. But I would definitely recommend looking at this video if you want to know more about that stuff, because it's a very good visual explanation. I'm going to mute that just in case. So let's see here. We have that, and right here. What does this look like? Linear layer. Oh, what's that look like? QKV. So here's your QKV. Right. All right. So she has this example here. This is in the example of a language model where I wish the stupid YouTube interface would get out of the way. Hold on, let's see if that'll go down. Wow, the stupid little YouTube bar is staying there, but at the bottom of the screen it says, when you play the Game of Thrones. I don't know what the end of that sentence is, but basically she's showing a way to get a language model to encode the beginning of the sentence so that it can then predict the end of the sentence. Because language models are basically just autocomplete on steroids, so they're just like given some input text, it predicts what the output text should be. So it's just like your autocomplete on your keyboard on your phone or whatever, but obviously much more sophisticated. So you have your Q. It's just these values are ways that the input is encoded. So your your text prompt will be encoded into these three matrices called the query, the key, and the value. And then the query and key get multiplied together and scaled and passed through this softmax layer. And then that output gets multiplied with this value here. And then you get another concatenation and another linear layer, which I'm not going to go into all of that stuff. Suffice it to say that these are kind of like neural network layers where they're just doing some matrix multiplication. And so this output, so this would be like Q, K, V, and your output. And the way I did ask ChatGPT about this, let's see here. Let's go right here. Have we talked about the Q, K, V, and out? Or we'll say parameters in the clip attention multiply node. Is there a way to get an output tokens turned back into strings after clip? I don't know, but that's why there probably is, but that's why on the LLM prompt, I just output both. So I output the conditioning, and then I also output the original strings, whether it's your LLM string or whatever. That way you can still have it over here in your sampler to print if you want to print the prompt. If you want to print the prompt on here like that. Hopefully I didn't change anything else. I did. Yes, I changed these values. Okay, that's fine. So we can add some lines. Maybe we can in our text a little. Oh, I gotta. Duh. Right, so we can still print it out over there. Yeah, so I don't know if you can get it back after you encode it. I mean, I'm sure you can, but I just pass it over manually. What is ChatGPT saying with us? No, we haven't discussed. I know we have. You don't remember. All right. Would you like a breakdown? Yes, as concisely as possible. Please explain how they affect the image generation process. Okay. QK and V are essential for computing attention, which is what we saw here. This is the attention mechanism. Each ChatGPT session. No, they actually persist memories now, but it might have been in a conversation before they enabled that feature, so maybe that's why it doesn't remember. But yeah, they actually do have memories. If you start talking to it now on the newer versions, it'll say, like right here in its prompt, it'll say memory updated. It actually is persisting memory across. It's not going to remember everything, but they are actually doing that now, so it's pretty cool. Essential for computing attention, which is this computation here, all these matrix multiplications. Yeah, I don't even use Google anymore. I actually did a Google search like a couple weeks ago because I couldn't get, I think I was trying to use Copilot, and that was when it was like in the middle of breaking. And it wasn't answering my question, so I did a Google search, and I was like, man, this feels antiquated. Like actually searching for something myself and looking through all the results and like summarizing it myself and figuring out what the answer is. GPT or whatever, the AI is supposed to do that. You're supposed to do all the searches and then you know, look through the results and tell me what summarize it for me. I'm not supposed to do that. It feels antiquated to actually do your own Google search these days. It's kind of weird. Anyways, so essential for computing attention, which helps the model focus on relevant parts of the image or the text. In this case, the text. Well, it's the text to image. So you're computing attention. You're computing these attention matrices that basically, so like the words that you type in have some sort of mathematical representation in the form of an attention matrix, and the parts of the image that would correspond to the object in the image, say if you type in the word hat, that can get converted to a numerical meaning, and if you have an image of a hat, that can also get converted to a numerical meaning. And so it's just computing a semantic value for your text and matching that to the semantic value of the image. That way, that's why if you start typing in, if I type in like man walking down the street with a hat, cars driving by, hat, cat on the stairs, man wearing hat. There's going to be, it encodes this value for hat in several different ways. So that's how you can ensure that you're going to get a hat in your output. So if you want something in your output and you're not getting it, just type the word over and over, or like say, and maybe in a couple different ways, like with a hat, wearing hat. If you just type it a few different ways like that, you will ensure that you get what you want in your output image, because the model is literally just matching the semantic meaning of the text to the semantic meaning of the image. So that's what the Q, K, and V are doing. And just to read this again, Q represents the focus or the question. What part of the input should be given attention? K represents the features that could potentially be attended to. V contains the actual data or information associated with the key. And output is the result of the calculation. In image generation, the attention mechanisms like this help the model emphasize certain visual features or regions that are most relevant to the task. Refining the image's detail, coherence, and style by attending to different features based on the context provided by Q, K, and V can improve how it translates latent space representations into final visuals. All of that is to say that it's just a way of relating the encoded value of the text to the encoded value of the image or the object in the image. Every time I use Google, I swear it only shows me yeah, exactly. So why not just use GPT? It's just, I don't want to look through all these sponsored results and stuff. I would rather just have GPT, because GPT can pull back like, I don't know, the first 100 Google search results and do all the reading and summarizing, collating and everything. And I mean, obviously that would take me forever. So I would much rather the AI do that. Look into Perplexity AI. That's what I use more than Google. Perplexity is a free LLM extension that uses LLMs on the web. It's insane. All right, yeah, I'll check it out. So by changing the values, what would that do? So there's theory and then there's application, right? So in theory, what GPT is saying is that it's not really giving a whole lot of detail. It's kind of, because I told it to be very concise. The Q and the K, do these replace the CFG guidance? No, it's just, it's kind of a way to enhance the CFG guidance. So the CFG guidance, okay, so the CFG guidance, your sampler is getting the conditioning, right? And so whatever that conditioning is, it's the mathematical representation of the words that were typed, right? And so the model will adhere more strictly to that or not as strictly to that based on the CFG or guidance. But in order to come up with that mathematical representation in the first place, that's where the Q, K, and V come in. So the Q, K, and V are going to determine what the conditioning ends up being, and then whatever that is, then the guidance in CFG will adhere more strictly to that or not. So the QKV is kind of like the step before you do your conditioning. It helps you change what the conditioning actually is. It's Perplexica. That's the local LLM version of complexity. I use it many times a day. I love it. I'm not yelling, just making sure he's seeing the spelling. Yeah, cool. Thanks, man. So by changing the values, what would that do? Let's ask GPT just to get something more clear. So give an exemplar of changing these values and explain the impact on the output image, or maybe we'll say on the generated image. Perplexity. Either way, I'm sure I can find it. Mental. That's mental, Harry. Default values, right. Okay, so let's say you're generating an image of, let's say you're generating an image with a clip-based model and you're focusing on generating a car driving on a road. All right, so changing the Q, K, and V values. The default values generated in a typical position with, okay. The car is generated in a typical position with the road and background being properly balanced in the attention mechanism. The attention is evenly distributed between the car and the road, leading to a well-detailed image where all elements are clearly defined. Increasing Q, the query. If you adjust the Q strongly to emphasize, the car feature, the model will focus more on details about the car, more prominent car, possibly reducing the detail of the background or other elements. The K, give more importance. If you modify the K values to give more importance to the road, attention will shift toward the road. Car could lose some of its detail or sharpness, and then changing the V, adjusting the V parameter could change the type of information carried with the keys, the color, texture, and road. And by adjusting these parameters, you can direct the model to prioritize certain aspects of the image like car, road. So this is a pretty good example or a pretty good explanation. But even with this said, it is still slightly more nebulous than this because you're not exactly sure. In the way it's stating it here for this car driving on a road example, it's saying that if you adjust the Q value to strongly emphasize the car, well, adjusting the Q value might not strongly influence the car. It might strongly influence some other object in the image. But theoretically, if your car is your main focus and it's taking up most of the image, theoretically adjusting the Q value would cause the conditioning that's generated by encoding your text prompt. Theoretically, it would cause that part of the matrix to have higher values, and so it would focus more strongly on the car, meaning your car and your image would have more detail. It might be bigger. Some of the background details of the road might be blurred out a little bit or have less detail or something like that. But basically, that's the explanation. But again, it's slightly nebulous because it's not going to be the same. It's not like there's a hard rule of like, okay, if I bump up my Q value, then my car is just going to get better. Like it's right, the primary subject of the prompt, exactly. Yeah. So theoretically, that's what should happen. If there are a lot of subjects in the prompt and there's not like one clear subject, or if most of the subjects, even if there is like one singular subject surrounded by a lot of smaller subjects, it could be more difficult for the model to kind of interpret that. So that's not a hard and fast rule, but that's probably the best explanation you're going to get. But yeah, if you want to know more about, I I stumbled across this chick's videos like a year or two ago because I was like coding up a transformer model from scratch. And so I found these whenever I was learning about like how to actually build an attention mechanism, and it's very, very helpful. I would never have completed that code without this, because just reading the paper, the attention is all you need. It's really hard. It's dense reading. It's not very long, but definitely having some kind of graphs or some kind of it's hard to do regional prompts, and that's not I don't think that's like a feature of Comfy. I think it's more to do with like Flux model and SD model themselves. It's just easier for them to focus on a primary subject. But that's why we're going to, like I was talking about earlier, build in these things where you can kind of select, you can either load in some images or you can generate some images, and in either way you can select certain parts from each image and then combine them all together, and then, you know, get what you want, get something a little more sophisticated if you have multiple subjects or multiple text or whatever, you know. All right, so just going to take a lot of trial and error on the QK values. Exactly, yeah, you just got to play around with it. So back to the original point, which was that I have these settings of QKV that I kind of come back to occasionally, but I don't really know exactly what to call them. I think for now I'm just going to have to give them somewhat of a placeholder name. So like, for example, this setting right here, I actually just made a Discord today, actually. Yes, I did. Finally. So this is a common setting that I use for QK and V, 0.9, 0.9, 1.4, and 8.4. Yeah, I do not like Discord. I mean, I can share the link, but there's nothing in there, so go ahead. It's just I don't know how to look it up on Discord. I assume if you have my like username or whatever, it's just at FlowStateEng. It's the same username as my YouTube. This FlowStateEng right here. That's the same thing on Discord. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to have a Discord. Sure, yeah, you can do whatever you want in there, really. I don't care. The only reason I made it was because I was talking to, like I said, I was talking to the Comfy guys earlier, and they were like, yeah, we'll share a copy of the new Comfy. What's your Discord? So we can, because apparently they have like they have a server in there where you can get the Comfy and the instructions on how to set it up and use it and stuff like that. So he wanted me to get a Discord to share that, so I did. Let's see here. Well, it's the best place for your community to have Discord, right? It's the best place for your community. I'll join FS, make me a mod or something, and I'll extend the server. Discord can be helpful, but it's a pain to manage. Yeah. I mean, not even just considering managing it, even whenever I've jumped into other people's Discords, it's like, what is going on? There's like all these channels, and then there's like, I don't even know, man. There's so much packed in there. It's like, I just want to chat. Just give me a chat where I can put images and stuff. That's all I want. They have all these extra stuff in there, and I'm like, I don't need extra stuff. You should make a server. Yeah, but this interactive streaming is so much better than Discord. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know if you were here earlier, Chris Rogers, but we were talking about also whenever I do the streams, I'm going to look into, I've never done the Twitter Spaces thing. I don't know if you have to be like a verified member, aka meaning you have to pay for Twitter to do a Twitter Space. But if you can do a Twitter Space without being like a verified thing, then I want to start doing Twitter Spaces simultaneously with these streams, so that way we don't have to type in the chat. We can all just talk. I mean, the chat will still be there if somebody wants to type, but yeah, I do like the interactive streaming. Six, hello Six, how's it going? Discord server, yep, and can share clips and images easier. That's for sure on Discord. You're talking about easier than Patreon? I would imagine so. Yeah, Patreon chats are pretty limited. It's kind of like Patreon's too limited on their chats, and then Discord has way too many features. So I would like something a little in between where you can have, you know, easier to share clips and images and, you know, videos and stuff in the chat, but, you know, which would be better than Patreon because their chats are limited. But I don't want it to be as complicated as Discord. So somewhere right in the middle would be good. But Baka, if I put you as a mod or whatever over there, then try to set things up where, you know, where it has enough functionality for people to share stuff, but not crazy complicated that I can't actually figure out what's going on. But yeah, we'll look into that. I'll put you as a mod over there or whatever. I really don't know how to use Discord, so I'm kind of at your mercy here. Whatever. If you decide to screw my shit up, then I'll probably have no power to stop you. So. But I trust you, obviously. Same username as the YouTube. It's FlowState ENG. I do have a Twitch account as well. I'm not streaming there right now, but I do want to. I have the multi-streaming set up in OBS, so I do want to get. I did have it set up where I could stream to Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, and like locals or something like that at the same time. And X, once I start actually paying, if I decide to start paying for X, I think you have to pay for it to do streaming on X. But if I do that, then I'll stream there too. I want to stream, I mean, I guess really primarily YouTube and Twitch are the primary places to stream. Rumble, I don't think Rumble's really not for this type of audience, you know. They're not I've done some streams on Rumble where it was just me talking shit, and those got a lot of views. But then lately, my videos that I post to YouTube that do get a lot of views, I post them to Rumble, and it's like nobody cares. So I don't think there's any, in terms of AI and comfy and stuff, I don't think Rumble's really the place for that, unless you're talking about AI conspiracies of how, you know, it's taking over the world and the government and stuff like that. You could probably get some traction on Rumble, but just talking about AI in general and how to use it, I don't think that's really a Rumble thing. The thing about comfy is that no documentation. Yeah, I haven't found any documentation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have to dive in and there's no YouTube videos on this in terms of building nodes. I found the couple of YouTube videos that I found on building nodes were basically just you know, there is an example node in the comfy directory. If you look under, I think it's just under custom nodes, there's this example node.py.example, and the couple of videos that I found on YouTube about building nodes were just showing what that does. And I was like, well, I don't want a little toy hello world thing. I want something that actually, you know, does something useful. So that's why I decided to, I did make one video of showing how to build a node from scratch. And then after that, I was like, nah, I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. But doing these streams is good because people can jump in and ask questions and stuff like that. And then I don't have to worry about doing the editing and stuff. It's just, you know, the stream is there if somebody wants to watch it. Throw the Discord invite link in here. I don't know how. I'll try. FlowState, set up the server yourself first and then make your mods so you are the server owner. Well, yeah, that would be ideal. Maybe you guys can tell me how to do this. It doesn't seem to want to start. What are you doing, Discord? Come on now. Is it like in the system tray maybe? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I got something pending here. This is... The names are like cut off. What is going on here? Does anybody know what this streamer mode enabled is? Usernames have been truncated. I turned it off earlier, but now it's back on. I don't know what that means. B. I don't know who B is. Maybe that's Baka. Okay, let's see here. 6 creations make... you're right, Baka, you're way too nice. Thank you. I try to be nice. 6 cents. You are American. Yes, I am of Irish descent, but I am American. Born in Tennessee, raised in Georgia, lived all over the country, and now I'm back in the South in Florida. Did you get on the wait list? I did get on the wait list, but then I actually emailed the Comfy team and told them that I make videos about Comfy and asked them if they would send me a copy, and they said yes. But it was right at the end of the day. It was like 5:30, 5:45, so I didn't get a response back. They did respond and say, yes, we will send you a copy. And then they asked for my Discord, and I was like, I don't have one, but I'll make one. And then I haven't heard back. So I'm sure probably first thing in the morning, they will send me a copy of the new Comfy, the desktop Comfy. And then I will make a video about it tomorrow and show you guys. Let's see. Sent you both a request, Baka and FlowState. Cool. Can I send you a link? Look amazing image. Yes, absolutely. I can't link. It is very long for Discord. If you can't put it in Discord and you can't put it in Patreon, you can email me. Do you have my email? 6 South Bay Creations. It is in streamer mode. Yep, I don't know what that means, but it is. Hit the plus sign first. Okay. Hit the plus sign first. The need is me. The need is me. No clue what that is. The need is me. The bottom friend request is me. Okay, so I see that. Yep. Okay. Should I do something with this streamer mode before I accept these, or does it matter? I have no idea what the streamer mode is. I just know it keeps getting turned on. I hate how these are truncated. These, oh, I guess that's why that says this. These are truncated. Let me disable this. Oh, I see. So it just hides stuff because you don't want to show it when you're streaming. I mean, you guys know each other, so that's fine, but I guess certain things you might not want to show when you're streaming. I see what it does. Okay. That makes sense. All right, cool. So yeah, we got Baka and we got South Bay J. All right, cool. Right. So bottom is that. Now I can see my name. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Baka's in here. All right. Beginning of your direct message. Cool. What's up? Hey. Wave to Baka Blitz. All right, cool. I'm not doing the nitro thing. I think you got to pay for the nitro thing, right? All right, so we got friends, direct messages, add a server. I assume that's what I'm supposed to do, right? Add a server, create my own, artists and creators, local community. Chris Rogers, this has been fun. I need to hit the hay. Yeah, it's probably about that time for me too. Now that I know you're doing this, I'll hang out. Oh, Chris, yeah, I'm also, I don't know if you caught this at the beginning, but I'm going to split the streams up too. So I'm going to do one about 8 a.m. Eastern time. I'm going to go for about 3 to 5 hours in the mornings, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern. And then I'm going to go for another 3 to 5 in the evening, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. So just to keep everything easy Eastern time. So it's 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Eastern. Those are the two times. If one's more convenient or whatever. All right, so South Bay says yes. Baka says right click on the server icon. Right click. You should have an invite user button. If I right click, join a server or create a server. That's what I got. Yeah, cool, man. Have a good night. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Comfy from your phone when you're not at home. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm sure if they support it in the browser version, they'll support it in the desktop version. Right click on the server icon. I got join a server and I got create a server. All right, create a server. Create my own. For me and my friends, for club or community, what's the difference? I guess it's a larger community, so I should probably check that one, huh? Is there like a size limit if it's on for me and my friends? You were in the right spot, hopefully. Yeah, comfy from your phone. I didn't even think about it, but that's genius. Yeah. Or from a laptop or whatever. I did not even think about that. So it, what, do you have to do a SP? Do you have to do like port forwarding on your router, or are you going to send this stream out? Are you going to send this stream out to YouTube later? What do you mean by that? I'm just going to go with community. Listen to 0000 to the batch file plus unblock the port. Yeah, you got to do port forwarding. Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. That is cool, man. I would definitely have to try that out because I've been thinking about that, or actually not like a lot, but I have thought of that occasionally. Like, what if I want to work on stuff away from home? Okay, so I guess, can I watch the rest of this stream later? Yeah, it'll post to YouTube, so you can watch the VOD or whatever they call it. Yeah, it'll be there. I have all the streams set to automatically save after they're finished. Yeah, exactly. When you're driving, when you're taking a shower, well, I guess you wouldn't do it in the shower, but you know, other times whenever you're not connected or whenever you need to be connected. Yep, no worries, Chris. All right, so, okay, so customize your server. I can give it an icon. I can change it later. I would imagine I should probably just choose that, huh? FlowState in server. Should I just leave it at that? I should probably, I'll just call it, actually, I'll just call it FlowState server, something like that. Seems reasonable, I guess. FlowState. You're saying just call it FlowState, or call it, should it not be FlowState server, or should it just be called FlowState? Can you change it later, or is it set in stone once you do that? You're like, what's his name in the movie? You can change it. Alright, I'll put it as FlowState, that's fine. What's that guy from the Social Network movie? Sean something? The Timberlake character? He's like, drop the, just Facebook. Alright, we'll go with that, that's fine. Alright, invite friends. Personalize server with an icon, send your first message, add your first app. Drop the. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this looks such a good movie, man. I love that movie. I'm CEO, bitch. That's what I want for you. Yeah, it's such a great movie. Alright, well, do I invite you? Or are you already invited? We're already friends. I guess should I invite you? I'll invite you. Share the link. Okay. Oh, I am a human. Yes, I am. As far as you know. All right, I'll just put this in here. And there you go. So I invited South Bay J. Wave to say hi. South Bay J. Cool. Eclectic. I don't know who Eclectic is, but hi. How are you doing? Cool. Cool. Send your first message, add your first app. What kind of apps do we have? Eclectic. Hi. Wow. Customize and personalize your server, automate useful tasks, and free up time. Add fun delight to your community. I think we could start with... Oh, okay. I got you. Check it out. Oh, wow. What is all this? Yeah, that's a lot. See, this is what I mean about Discord. What is even all this? I don't want... I'm sure there's maybe like 1 or 2 things in here that I would want, and the rest of it I don't. Music, that sounds cool, except I want to focus on my YouTube music channel rather than... Oh, Eclectic is SP. Cool. Hey, what's up? Drop the. Just Facebook. I'm gonna have to watch that movie again. It's a good movie. Too early to get into apps. Yeah, I agree. Yep. Made it easier for you. Yep, exactly. Cool, thanks. You can make it whatever you want. I'll remember. But SP is definitely easier for sure. Baka, what's up, Baka? Okay, Jesus. There's nobody here. And I have a protection device that I won't say the name of right now because we're streaming on YouTube. You should be able to click on my name and give me permissions if you're comfortable with that. All right. Baka, add role. I gotta type a role. Is there not like a list to select from? Mod view, friends, more. View full profile. You could make the same channels like you have on Patreon, bug chat, general chat, image, vid, share. Right, exactly, yeah. So we have channels. I imagine that would go into there, right? Right click my name in the server on the right, like right here. Mark as read, profile call, add note, add nickname, close DM, invite to server, apps, remove, block, mute. Nope. That's all that's really needed. Yeah. So SP, I do that under channels. Voice channel. Oh, text channel. I guess text channels, right? Mention call, apps, change nickname, block, mod view. What is mod view? Text channels. Yep. All right. Mod view, message, kick, ban, timeout, copy, message, or rather roles are available in the server settings, right? Fast verification, join Discord, join server, invited. Is that you, Baka? SP is typing. Roles, okay. Oh, God. Oh, not me. Some dude. Are you lying? Mod permission. Create expression granted by everyone. Mention. Create events. Add. All 29. View channels. I wish I was that handsome. Funny. View channels. Okay. View channels, create expression, create invite, change nickname, send message. All right. Let me just read a little bit. Okay. Allows members to view channels. Okay. So everyone can view channels, right? Everyone can create expressions. Everyone can create an invite. Everyone can create change or can change their nicknames or send messages in threads. Looks like all of these are like for everyone. Oh, that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know what to... Right now, it looks like everyone can do everything. I don't understand what this means. C-Town, what's up? Yeah, 3 to 4 text channels. How's it going, C-Town? That's Jared, right? Yeah, okay. Right, that's Jared. C-Town is Jared. Too early to get into apps. Remember to clean and oil your protection device. Yeah, I'm really bad about that. It's probably been over a year for sure. Yeah, I haven't gone to the range in a while. I need to though. Pretty soon. The subs are growing. The watch hours are growing. I just got to get this stupid YouTube monetization thing going so I can make some cash, and then I can afford to do things like go to the range and stuff like that. Work out. That'll be nice. I can't wait to get jacked again. It's going to be so cool. Scrawny little nerd right now, but you know, sometimes that happens. So Baka, what am I doing? It looks like to me from this list right here, it looks like everyone can do everything. So what else is there? Activities. All granted permissions. What about all? No, everyone can't. Media, links, messages, kick, ban, timeout, copy ID. Go to server settings. Okay. General, edit channel, right click, mute server, notification settings, server settings. Okay. Roles. Server settings, roles. Create channel, create category, edit server profile. Integrations, auto mod. Community settings. Server boot status, members, invites. Yeah, roles. Okay, that's what I figured. Oh god. Alright. Create a role. Alright. There is no one here. I don't know what you're growling at. Okay. Moderation. Permissions. Should I just call this mod? FS mod. Mode. FS mod. Okay. Color. Members use the color of the highest role. What the hell does that even mean? You make a role, just call it mod, do the permissions, and give me the role. Simple. Okay. Gotcha. I don't know what the colors are, but we're gonna go with blue. Alright. And then role icon. I don't think the icon matters, does it really? Boost this server. I'm not doing that. Nope. Nope. Display role members separately from online members. Does anybody know what that means? Color is what names they get when they get the role. Right, yeah. Does anybody know what this does? Display role members separately from online members. Allow anyone to mention this role. Should I do that? I should probably do that. Yeah, separate it from online. Okay, cool. Makes it neat. Yep, I like neat. Okay, view server as role. What? This will let you test what action. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay. So that's it, right? I give it a name. I give it some permissions. View channels. Everyone can view channels, right? These are general server permissions. Allows member to view channels by default, excluding private channels. Create, edit, or delete channels. Makes it neat. There we go. Manage roles. Roles lower than their highest role. This allows members to change permissions of individual channels that they have access to. So this will be the stuff like create channels, ban people, etc. Alright. Manage expressions. Manage channels, view channels. Create invites. I mean, everyone can create an invite, right? Why is that a role? I don't understand. Change nickname. To change their own nickname. Everyone can change their own nickname. I don't understand why these are on here. Kick members, remove members, ban members. I don't think we're going to have that problem. I really doubt anything. I can't really think of a situation where anyone would need to be kicked or banned. All right, so basically what I'm seeing here is that I think maybe like mention, manage messages, delete messages by other members, or pin any message, manage threads. What's the difference between a thread and a channel? Allows members to rename, close, and turn on slow mode for threads, view private threads, read message history, send text to speech, send voice messages. Yeah, you don't need to do much, just like if you don't want to create new channels yourself, things like that, new roles too. Okay. Let's do it like this. Deafen members, move members, set voice channel. We'll use external apps. Create messages, manage events. Maybe create events and manage events. That sounds maybe useful. Administrator. Main mod should pretty much be able to do all. Okay. What if we start, let's say, create events and manage events, and then we'll say, I mean, you can already view channels, right? So I don't think I need to add that explicitly. Certainly I don't need to go through and add all of these. Like all of the stuff that you can do, like create expressions or manage expressions. Well, I guess you can't manage expressions, but you can already view channels, so I don't need to check that, right? Because that's already in your default set of permissions or whatever. That's my understanding, but it could be wrong. You are the owner, but you can assign admin and mods, yeah. What do you think? Manage channels, manage roles. Yeah, you're good on most. Okay. Allows members to create new roles or delete roles lower than their highest role. Okay, so manage channels, manage roles, and then events. And most of this other stuff you can already do already, so that should be fine, right? Save changes. Add members to this role. All right, cool. Right, yeah, exactly. Well, whatever. We'll go ahead and put Baka SP. Do you want one? All right. All right, sounds good. Anyone else? Going once. Going twice. Taking a sip of my drink. South Bay. Okay. I don't really need to add myself to it, right? I give everyone the power of a deity. I mean, yeah, this is pretty limited, right? Manage channels. I mean, I guess they could fuck something up, but if they do, then I'll just delete them. Yeah, I'm the owner, so I should be able to do, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think manage channels, manage events, and what was the other one? Roles. I give this these setup permissions to you guys and play it on the honor system. If I think we're all adults here, right? So if something happens, you can always restore. Save all the settings as well. Okay. Right, yeah. That's what I figure. I'm sure they have to have protections for that kind of thing built into there. I don't really know about them, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Save server profile. Should I do that before I add you guys, or should I? Does it matter? Yeah, that's what I figured. Do that once you have the server set up. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this for now. Seat down, Jared. Are you in there still? Do you want one or no? I don't know if he's still with us. Okay. South Bay, SP, Baka, you guys are mods. Go forth and do whatever it is you feel like doing. Oh, cool. We got the girl from Patreon. Oh, it's a video. Sweet. This chick is so sexy. Oh my god. With the waves too? Cool. That's very nice. You did this with SVD? Yeah, that's awesome. She is smoking too. Goodness. Anyways, that's enough of that. Yeah, go for it. Definitely we want the three channels that are over on Patreon. The image channel where we can share images and vote on winners for every week, and then the bug channel where we can, you know, post screenshots of, you know, command prompt output, that kind of stuff, so we can debug and troubleshoot. And then the third channel was the request channel. So if anybody has node requests or feature requests or video requests or whatever, anything like that, if you want to break those up into separate channels, or if you just want to kind of keep those same three, whatever you guys want to do, I'm sure you can figure it out. As long as it's organized and it's not, you know, crazy with like 100 different channels, then should be good. Image share, video share, yeah, you could do separate ones for that if you want, or you can do however you want to do it. As long as it's organized and we can hold the weekly contest and be able to pick out the winners and share them on the YouTube videos and stuff. That's all as long as it's organized and we can, you know, look through it easily. Good morning, David Doyle. How's it going? David, you want to be a mod on Discord? I just made a Discord. You seem like a trustworthy guy. I don't know if you mess around with Discord. I literally know nothing about it. So we're learning together as we figure this out. But good morning to you. Either way, there's a link. I'll go ahead and just throw it in there again. Either way, if you want to join, there's a Discord link, and if you want to be a mod, let me know. I'll put you as a mod. All right. Image share, video share, support channel. Yep, all that. Whatever you guys feel is good. And just, you know, make sure there's not like multiple. I'm gonna share my two-step schnell. Yeah, go ahead. Share away. We'll show it all. We'll see what we got all in here. Okay, so there's that. Oh, I see. There's that. There's that. Oh, did I not do this already? Oops. There we go. All right. Okay. Same. LOL. Used to run an IRC network. I don't mind being a mod. All right, I'll add you. Yeah, I don't know jack about Discord, but let's see here. FS mod, edit. Oh no, not edit. Members, view members, more. View server is wrong. View members, add members. Okay. Oh, I think you got to be on here first. I don't see you anyways. FlowState, news SC town. FS mod, add everyone. Okay. Let me hit escape on there. Whenever I see you, whenever you join up on the friends or however you do that, then I'll add you as a mod. One thing about this setup is you really only need to do this once. One thing about this setup is you really only need to do this once. Yeah. Cool. Create channels. Yep. I'm gonna share my two-step Schnell. Two-step made with Schnell 1 to 4 steps. Interesting. Oh wow, that's good. I didn't know Schnell would do realistic images like that. I thought it was more like kind of animation, cartoony. Yeah. Oh wow. The Dark Knight. This chick looks spooky. Okay. Well, we got a Discord going, so that's good, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I got way more. Share away, man. This is in general. I guess it's underrated. Yeah. Should we even keep the general chat, or should we just have the specific channels? Maybe the general channel could be like I don't know. I'll move to share. Yeah, whatever you want to do. I think I've seen some people have like their default channel is kind of like an intro or something, like kind of a guide of how to navigate the server. I'm pretty sure that's what I've seen the couple of times that I've tried out Discord. Maybe the general channel could be that. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't really know. All right, so let's jump back over to, well, let's do, what happens if I try to make this smaller? Oh, bigger. Oh, smaller. For now, it's not really needed. Yeah, okay. We'll get there when we get there, I guess. All right, can I collapse this? For now, it's not really needed when the server gets loaded. It's needed for organization. Yeah, okay. Discover, direct message. All right, it's fine. I'll just leave it like that. All right, we'll set that there. And let's take a look at our list. What were we getting to next? Oh, right, clip attention presets. Right, back to here. So what we want to do is basically just have another drop down list. We have our preset there. We'll say standard is all ones. And then we will say, yeah, if you want to, that's fine. NSFW, that works. I have, I downloaded some, it's like Flux NSFW LoRa or something like that. I haven't really messed around with it too much yet, but definitely something I want to take a look at. It's not like, you know, it's not a huge priority because it's, I don't think you can really make money that way, and I'm more concerned with making money with AI than I am that kind of stuff, but, you know, it's fine. Put in there. Can you put a restriction on there to make sure nobody under 18 can jump in there? That would be great. We can block that to only adult accounts. I know there's only, you know, so much you can do because somebody can just create an account and say they're an adult, but at least we can have that setting there if that's a setting. That way we at least said we covered our bases. Can't control everyone, but we can at least do what we can. All right, so clip attention preset, we have the standard, which will be all ones. And then we have whatever I want to call this configuration here, the 0.9, 0.9, 1.4, 8.4. Typically doing that gets me more reliable, gets me the content of the image that I want, and especially with text more reliably. So maybe I could call that like you should be able to if you save the image. You should be able to if you save the image. You might have to explain a little bit more there, C-Town. Jared. Oh, you're replying to SP. I see. I got you. Got you. Okay. Does Discord compress the metadata? I wonder if we can drag these into Comfy to see. Ah, yeah. I didn't think about that. That's what Patreon does. It's annoying, but let's try one real quick with Baka. These ones that you shared, do these have the workflow in them? Oh, that's a WebP. So what if I go here? Copy. Yeah, you'd have to save it, unfortunately. Open link. Oh, okay. So I can just open in a new tab without having to save it. And then if I drag it in, nope, still it's WebP. Okay. What if I save it? Under downloads, and now that's a PNG. Okay. And then on the downloads, right here, drag the frog in. Oh, there's no, I guess there's no workflow on that one. Before Comfy had Flux. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Back in the day. All right, so what should I call this? Maybe I should call it realism or reliable. I don't know. There's got to be a good name for it. Let's do this. A lot of times I can set Q equals K equals 0.9, V equals 1.4, and out equals 8.4. And tend to get good results, especially in images with text. Can you explain why? That's pretty cool, SP. Nice. Wow. You did these with Stable Video Diffusion, SP? The blonde chick and this one that you just shared? David, I haven't seen anything on Discord, like an invite or anything, so let me know. C-Town is typing. All right, so setting QKV like that likely produces good results, especially in text-heavy images. QK equal to 9, or making the attention slightly biased more toward more focused and relevant features, so but not overly so. This helps maintain the balance between recognizing features like shapes of letters and retaining context like the surrounding image. V, a higher V, means the attention is adding more importance to the associated information, which could enhance the clarity or contrast of detailed elements like text. The text tends to have distinct edges and requires more clear differentiation from the background. Okay, in 8.4, a large out will likely amplifies the final result. Yeah, okay. Okay. If I wanted to create a preset of those values on my node, what would be a good name for that preset? Text focus, text sharpen, clarity boost, sharp vision. Okay, we'll just go with one of these. Fallen Angel series. Wow. These are great. Oh, I love that chick. God. Dude with the cello. Oh man, she is smoking too. Whoa, dude. Holy, dude. This chick is smoking. This chick right here, SB. Dude, you got the good chicks. This chick is smoking. Wow. That's crazy, dude. Not just the fact that she's so hot, but like the overall quality is great. Yeah, see, this is why we got to have these chats where we can share this stuff with each other, because that is fantastic. All right, see you, South Bay. Have a good night. Wow. That is so intense. Anyways. Chick up on a cross. Hopefully nobody in the Discord is religious. That's funny. God, this chick is fucking awesome. Anyways, and this one obviously right here. Those are definitely the two favorites. Wow. Okay. Anyways, I'll stop obsessing over that now. They're done on runway. Okay. I was like, that's crazy good quality for SVD. Groovy 80s. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna play it right now, but I'll listen to it later. And then I can throw it in the mix. I'll download it and throw it in the mix. Groovy 80s. Cool. We were done on runway. Cool. Good to know. Yeah, we need to get that quality out of Comfy. That would be fantastic. All right, so text focus, text sharpen. I should probably hit the hay soon. I'm super jacked up on these ghost energy drinks, but I do want to get up and do an early stream. So let me just knock this out real quick, and then we'll call it a night. Let's see here. Good name, text focus, text sharpen. We'll call it clarity boost. I like that. Clarity boost. Clarity boost right here. Yeah. So we got standard, and then we got clarity boost. I guess it doesn't really need underscores, but you can try to see if it pulls up in Comfy. Yeah, the one that you shared earlier, the blonde chick, the one that I really like. I pulled that up in Comfy and it did work. So I'm assuming you made the original images in Comfy, right? And then you put the images through Runway to get the video. Yeah, fill it up, Baka. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yep, it worked. Baka, you did set the settings on the NSFW thing? Or no? Age restricted. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, it says age restricted. Okay, cool. I'm assuming you did that anyways. Unless that's like an automatic thing. They're all progressing fast. Yeah. Runway, Dream Machine, Minimax, yeah. More Snell. Yeah, Minimax is good. You set the 18. Good. Cool. Cool, man. Cool. All right. So let's do one more in here. Let's say, what would be a good preset name for the values? Let me just copy this. For the following, let's do it like this. For the following sets of what would be good preset names for the following sets of values. Two, three. All right, so we want one that's gonna be FlowState, David Doyle on Discord. Okay, cool. Where'd you go, Dave? Still don't see you. General? Are you in the general? Oh, I see David in the general. Maybe I shouldn't have discounted Schnell. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They look pretty good. SP9 was talking about, I was talking about Baka Blitz images. If any Oros was used first time on Discord, seems like modern. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It's like modern IRC, but like crazy overboard IRC. So David, I don't see you, like, I see you in the messages, but I don't see like under friends. Do you need to be a friend, or does it matter for me to add you? Apps, add friend, profile, mention, block, timeout, mod view, role, role, FS mod. Okay. I'm pretty sure that added you as a mod, so let me know if it did. If not, then we can figure it out. I'm going to go ahead and say add friend as well. Yes, I'm human. All right, so that should have done that. All right. So what would be good presets for the following sets of values? We have this one, where we have that, which is the one we already asked about. Let's go with this set to 1, 1, and 4. Working it out. Where do you friend someone? I think I just tried to, check your invites, because what I did was I right clicked on your name and then I went to role and I checked that little box there, so you should be a mod, and then I went and clicked on add friend. So I think that means it should have sent you an invite. If not, whenever I go to this little message, whenever I click on the Discord logo up here, then that's where I see friends. Okay, I see you there right now. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. All right, so we got 114, 1114, and then maybe this is kind of helpful intuitively as well. Let's set these to like say that, and 4, and haven't installed the desktop app yet, just the web app. Yeah. Yep. I've been installing more desktop apps recently. I guess I tend to usually have like a lot of Chrome tabs open, so some stuff I like to separate out from that. Okay, so we got 1114.9.914, and then we already did the 8.4. Let's just say, let's set this to 111.8.4. Balanced base, even flow. I like that. Even flow. Yeah, these names are going to be slightly nebulous, but you know, we'll just put them there for now. I haven't installed it. Great. Okay, so even flow, we'll do that, and then subtle focus. I kind of like that, and then high contrast, sharp detail. Okay, so let's do it like this. We got 1114, and that's going to be even flow. So we got clarity boost, even flow, and then we have subtle focus, and then we have high contrast or sharp detail. I'm gonna go with sharp detail. Sharp detail. All right, so that's enough for now. We got one. Well, that one's just standard. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 presets. What about output? What do you mean? Output what? So now we have to say you have output that is on the bottom of Q. Right, yep. So if we look back at our, we have that. No, it's not there. Yeah, that's the one. If we look back at our little slide here, so we have the Q, K, V. These are inputs, and then output is the. You have it set to 4. So here's what I'm doing. Basically, I'm going to create a few different sets of values for these things, and then I'm just going to put it in a drop-down list as a preset. So we're going to have, for example, SP 8.4. Yeah, right now I have it to 0.9, 0.9, 1.4, and 8.4. That's a common setting that I use. What I find in general is that this out value, cranking it way up, tends to produce better quality, and especially in terms of text and images. The QK and V, I'm still kind of figuring out as I go. But if you're going off of GPT's explanation, this is kind of for the setting that I have right here, this 0.9, 0.9, 1.4, and 8.4. This is what it has really like this right here. Is the explanation. Basically, it's saying that it could be summarized as clarity boost or sharp vision. Makes the image clearer, I guess. But again, that's kind of nebulous, so I'm putting the names there, and they might not be 100% accurate, but they'll be kind of a good starting point. If I lower output when not using text, will it change anything? Usually, if I'm going to change any of the Q, K, and V values, it will be the output. A lot of the times I'll leave Q, K, and V as 1, so they're effectively not doing anything. And then the output is what I'll crank up. And I don't really know how to explain the 0.9, 0.9, 1.4 for the Q, K, and V, but it tends to work sometimes. I know that's not really a great answer, but this is like Florence 2. I don't know what Florence 2 is. Is Florence 2 like another image generation model? Or like website or something? So we break these up right here, and I guess what we want to do is say, right, we have that there. This is node for comfy, like LLM. Oh, okay. Flow 2 is vision model. Okay. Oh, vision like image to text. Yeah, it's all good, 6. If that's like image to text, that would be dope, because I really want to, I do want to get into that. FlowState is a vision model, probably. All right, if you want to play, you need to go in there. Go on, you can go play. Go play. Take your toy. No, I don't want it. I don't want the toy. Take it elsewhere. I think it's like Sam. I don't know what Sam is either. Or I might have heard of it. I don't know. Florence 2 kind of sounds familiar, but I'm not. It is very good and accurate. All right. Buddy. All right, buddy. Go on. Go. You're too loud. I'm gonna lock you out. Segment anything model. Okay. Okay, so we need to decide here. Vision with classification. Okay, cool. Cool. He's so smart. All right, go on. Yeah, he knows I'm talking about him. Go. 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 Go on. Thank you. Such a smart doggo. Created by Microsoft. Okay. All right, so we need to decide if we have the clip preset, which is going to be right there. Clip preset. Great for end painting. Cool. Might as well finish that off, I guess. All right. So we need to decide if we have the clip preset, we need to use those values. Otherwise, we need to, let's do it like this. Let's leave that as it is. So it'll go ahead and split that up. And then we'll say if clip preset is not default. Oh, what do we call it? Standard? Should we just call it default? Standard? I'll call it default. If clip preset is not default, then, well, we need somewhere to hold our preset values. So I suppose the best place to do that might be in the init method, like on the object itself, or possibly just in another method. I don't know that I want to do another method. I think maybe we might just put an init method on here. Either way, I guess that's another method, but all right, let's do it like this. Let's say def init. Oh, nice, autocomplete. I don't need this return none. I do want to start using Python typing. That would be pretty cool, but for now I'm not going to. All right, you use text to tell Sam what part of an image to select and mask for end painting. Okay, cool. Yep, we will build something like that in for sure. I also want to, I was thinking like on the LLM node, you have the LLM to create the prompt, but also it might be good to have maybe an image input into the LLM node if you want to use that, and then have like a vision model that can do like image to text, and then it can feed that text into the LLM model as part of the prompt that you're trying to generate with the other LLM model. Or maybe one model can do both. I don't know. Something like that would be cool. All right, def init, and we'll say self dot clip presets is going to be a dictionary, and it's going to have our types right here. Copy that and paste. And we'll get those broken down, and then we'll go right here. And, well, okay, fine. Oh, yeah, okay, I can, instead of doing to the end, I can just do it like this. Okay. I could just go ahead and make it a list. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Okay, so we have like 1, 1, 1, 1. All right, so that's default, and then clarity boost we said is going to be the one that's like 0.9, 0.9, 1.4, 8.4. Even flow we said is going to be 1114, 1114. Subtle focus we said is going to be 0.9.914, 0.9, 0.9, 1, and 4. And then the sharp detail is 1118.4. Okay. Okay, so we have some presets there. That'll work. Has your opinion on Discord improved? Yeah, as long as it's not too crazy. It's, yeah, this level of complexity is fine. Alright, so we have our init method there. And then we can, right, if clip preset is not default, we look at self clip presets and get the set of values we need. And then what we would do, I'm trying to think of the easiest way to go about this. So I don't duplicate code too much. I have QList K. Okay, let's just do it like this. Let's say it's fine. QList equals list with self dot clip presets at the clip preset, and that'll be 0. All right. And then we'll have 1, 2, 3. And then this will be QKV. And this will be out list. There we go. So if it's not default, well, I guess we probably want to put default in there too, huh? Oy vey. Okay. And default or I guess we'll put another type that says none. How about that? Make this one say, make it say none. Right, so there we go. If clip preset is not none, then we will do that, right? And so we have on our presets, we do have default, clarity boost, even flow, good to go. All right, so we have our values there, and we will split up our QKV from the inputs, and if the clip preset is not none, then we will revert to our whatever preset the user has chosen. But that's actually, this should not be a string. That should be clip preset right there. Yeah. Okay. All right, well, let's give that a shot, and it should work. And if it does, then we'll call it a night. And if not, then we'll fix it, and then we'll call it a night. Back to the comfy. Hit that little restart. And okay. With no problems. Goal, plan, 1 of 2 boosts. Want to get to the next level? The boost progress bar shows members how many boosts your server needs to reach the next level. Toggle it under server settings display. Okay. As far as I know, the boosting is like something you gotta pay for. Am I right on that or no? Is the boosting thing like something that can be done in the community with some set of interactions, or is it something that you strictly have to pay for? Boosting is not needed. Okay. Boosts are paid for. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, again, I see no errors here, so there must be. What did it say? It said it's not found, undefined. That workflow is Spaghetti Junction, man. Spaghetti Junction. I mean, overall, it flows left to right. It's not too bad. A little noodly. Community can boost the server for extra features, but they would have to pay for them, right? Saucifier, yeah. You do need the saucifier. The secret sauce. Alright, so why is this giving me a headache or giving me a hard time? Let's see here. Shouldn't be any problem with this. All I did was okay. Cool. Good to know. Clip preset is not none. There shouldn't be any problem with that. I don't see why that would do anything. Okay. We have the definite. I'm missing something here. Definite. It is expensive as well, yeah. Screw all that. We don't need that. Definitely don't need extra expenses right now. Oh, I see. Yeah, we don't need that. We're pretty much going to be uploading a lot of little files. Is there a storage limit on Discord? Or is it just like a file limit, file size limit? It says self-clip presets is this dictionary, and we can look on this dictionary for these keys: default, clarity boost, even flow, subtle focus, sharp detail. Those are all going to be lists. I don't see anything wrong with that. Nope. Okay, cool. I have my own server that I just upload images to. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a good way to get some free storage. Clip preset equals clip preset is not none. Huh. That yoinky splanky. Yeah, it's about that time. About time for the spelunky and a big old plate of ground beef and boneless wings and bacon. Pretty much free storage, and you can share the links, right? Exactly. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I'll give it that. Steak. I wish I had some steak, man. I'm not in my Splunk steak. I'm not in my my bank account is not in steak status right now. Does Discord preserve workflow metadata in the PNGs? That I don't know yet. I think someone said that if you save the image, like if the image that you see in Discord, if you right click it and save it, I think that's what someone said. Discord does. Baka says Discord does. Midjourney definitely took advantage of that, yeah. Might as well. Alright, self-clip presets clip preset. What is the error here? I don't understand. What is your major malfunction? What did it say whenever it restarted? Pure carnitine. David Doyle, thanks. Okay. This says nodes that have failed to load, right? So there's no explicit error here. It shows that it's loaded up right there. No errors in here. Oh, alright, same thing. These are future warnings. Yeah, I might have to check out the penguin. I got something else to watch though. I only watch TV shows if I don't have any streams or podcasts to watch. There's a few streams that I watch that pretty much kind of summarize up a lot of what's going on in the world. Nice. And so that's how I keep up with what's going on in the world, because I'm not going to sit and watch all the news and get on all the social media and all that stuff and figure out, keep track of things myself. So it's nice that other people do streams where they just like cover the news and what's going on, like trending on social media and all this stuff. And I can just kind of watch their little stream for an hour or two, and then I am caught up for the week, basically. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm online like all day, but it's like very specifically YouTube and Patreon and like email, and like I'm not spread out too far. I'm localized. Yeah, sometimes I watch Big Tech. I don't know if you've heard of these people on Kick and on Rumble. I just watch on Rumble because I don't have a Kick account, but Big Tech 404 and No More News, and sometimes Corbett Report, and Jameson. I think his channel is called Odin's Men. Jameson Travels, Odin's Men, that guy. And between the few of them, can kind of get a few different perspectives. I don't really wholeheartedly agree with any of them as far as their takes on things, but I like their perspectives, and by listening to each of their perspectives, I can kind of figure out what's really going on. Because like one guy might be wrong in a certain way, but I'm like, I know he's typically wrong in this way, and this other guy is wrong in this other way. And so by kind of balancing that out, I can figure out what's really up, at least as best as anyone can. So I don't see any errors, and I have no clue why it is not loading the LM prompt. This should be like stupid simple. This is not a class method, so it should be able to access the self. By the way, if you don't want to be pinged for every message, right click on the server. Right click your server on the left and press notification settings. Right, okay, yeah, I'll have to do that at some point. I think it's fine right now while it's just a few of us in here. Probably the next couple days I'll mess around with that. Okay. So what is going on here? Okay. Well, here's what we can do. We can print right here. Print. Using preset. Okay. And we could print out what the preset is. Clip preset. How about that? And okay. So there's that. And unless I'm like defining the init method incorrectly or something, we got def init self. I think that's all that there is to it. Except let me just check, because if we look on, we have a self here, we have an init here, and okay. So that's fine. It looks like it's defined as a class method there. Maybe that needs to be a class method. This one does not. Well, yeah, that's the one we were just on. This one does not have an init method. This one does, but it's not defined as a class method. So it looks like that doesn't matter. Definite self, definite self. Huh. Model editor, SVD sampler. Input types, no init method, sample. Interesting. So, okay, so it doesn't matter whether it is a class method or not. And it looks like it is defined correctly, right? Def init, self, def init, self. I don't see anything wrong with the indentation. There are no errors. So I'm assuming this should be fine. Definite self clip presets is this dictionary. Default clarity boost. These are all lists. I don't see any comma errors here. No commas missing. Semicolons are in the right place. Okay. So that should be fine. I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be fine. And then we just say if clip preset is not none, that should be fine. Print using preset, clip preset. QList, we replace with this list with a single value. Self clip presets, clip preset, 0. And we got 1, 2, and 3. So I really don't have a clue what that's doing here. Huh. I ain't got no clue why for it don't be doing. Anybody else see an issue? I don't see any issues. See if we'll actually get that print statement. I'm not sure if we will or not. I could put a print statement in the init method. I don't think we would get that print statement until we actually hit Q. Nope. Okay. Wonder if it would help to put a print statement in the init method. This just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand. I don't understand it. How about no, Scott? Okay, I do not understand that. By the way, if you don't want to be pinged for every message, I want to see the penguin. I am Batman. Restarting. I don't see the print statement in here anywhere either. Man, this is ratchet. This is a beat. What is this even doing, man? Okay, well, fine. You want to mess with me? You want to mess with me? I'll comment you right out, buddy. And I'll comment you right out too. How about that? How about that? How you like them apples? Can you handle that? No, I'm not. It's okay. Just sorry. I'm sorry. I confused you. I confused the doggo. All right. Okay, it's still not loading. What in the world? Okay. Input types. Did I check that again? I did not. All right. Oh, that would be what it is. Of course, you can't do anything without your tuple and your comma at the end because comfy. Right, so now all this should be fine. God forbid you leave out your tuple or your comma. Okay. I'm assuming this will work now. And then we can get spelunkies and food. Great success. All right, preset. First of all, none. Okay. And then we got 0.9, 0.9. I'll just leave this set at 1.4 and 8.4. So I'll just leave that set right there. And then if I want to use the default, which is just all ones, I'm gonna have to add a tooltip to this so people know what these values are. How about that? Okay, that's fine. We can do that. Because we have these values right here. So I wonder on the tooltip, it would be really great on the tooltip. I know what I can do actually. Let's do this. Let's put a loop here, or like a list comprehension, and we'll say, let me see here. We're gonna call this clip preset tooltip, right? Okay, so clip preset tooltip, and that is going to be a list comprehension. And at the end, well, we'll think about that when we get to it. So we're going to say, we're going to have a string here. And that's going to say for, we'll just say for preset in self dot clip. Am I tripping here? Why is it not auto completing? In self dot, okay, whatever. Clip presets dot, I think it's, no, not type, it's items, right? Items. I think that's the built-in. Why am I having... Oh, it's a class method. Okay, fine. Get out of here. Should be good now, right? Self.clip. Huh, really weird. Presets equals self.clip. Huh, I wonder why it's not auto-completing in here. It's not a class method, right? If it's a class method, it's not gonna have access to the self object, but it's not a class method, so it should be fine. Oh, I think it's probably because, shoot. Alright, that's fine. Let me look in here. We have S. We don't do anything with the self object in there. And in there. We're not messing with the self object in here. Alright, well. Where are we using S? Sampler, S. I don't see anywhere that S is used in here. What about CLS? Is CLS not used? I don't even know what CLS is, really. It doesn't seem to be used, and it doesn't seem to be consistent across these input types, so I'm going to change it to self. Right. Hopefully that'll work. Now. Good. Okay. Self.clip presets.items. Yes. Okay. So now we can loop through that. Okay. Self presets items, and we're going to have, I think it's, no. Items should just be the key, I believe, right? Does anybody know if items will get the key? Oh, no, it's a tuple. It's a list of tuples, right? So I can do preset, comma, vals. Pretty sure it's a list of tuples. In clip presets items. Right, and so what we're going to do is we're going to say preset colon vals and then I guess right, you say I said preset equals vals for preset vals and self clip presets items. So that should give me a list of strings, and then I will need to join them. So we'll say join end parens, and we'll do a semicolon space. Now the vals is going to be a list of, I guess, ints and floats mixed up, so it should be fine. And preset is vals for presets. Yep, I am streaming all the building that I'm doing. And there's some other stuff to stream too, but we gotta knock these nodes out first. Yeah, let's go. Yep, all of that good stuff. All the updates, everything I do will be streamed. Because I'm doing this stuff anyways, so I mean, if I'm gonna be sitting here working on this stuff for 8 to 10 hours a day, then I might as well stream for 8 to 10 hours a day. It doesn't tax my computer any more. And at least some of the time I'll have some company. And I can answer questions and people can give me ideas and I can give them ideas and all that good stuff. So, okay, so clip preset tooltip is going to be, we're going to say the preset is the vowels, and then we're going to join that with a semicolon and a space, and then that will be a list of a string of those. It's going to be a very long tooltip, but it's fine. And then we can say, let's see here, we have clip preset right there, and then we can go with that and say tool tip is, we need an F string, or you know what, should we do it like this? I think we should do one more variable because this is already getting kind of long. So let's say clip preset tooltip vowels, or we'll say clip preset vowels, and then we'll say clip preset tooltip is going to be our string, and it's going to say clip attention preset values as follows, and then clip preset vowels as follows, and we'll put like a QKV out. Like that. And then we'll say down here, clip preset tooltip. Hey, that should work. Why not use Restreamio for stream all platforms? I mean, I have I know there's like Restream and StreamYard, and I've heard of a few of them. I haven't really checked into them. I'm assuming Restreamio is probably the same thing. But as far as I know, like Streamlabs, it lets you do like multi-streaming to 2 platforms, and you got to pay. And I'm assuming StreamYard is probably similar. They probably have some kind of bandwidth limitation, and most of them I would assume is probably the same. But OBS, there's a plugin called Atom Multistream. Atom is spelled A-I-T, Atom, A-I-T-U-M, Atom Multistream. And then you can just stream to whatever platforms you want, just all through OBS. So it's pretty easy to use. All right, so what is this doing now? Info input error while retrieving information. Well, why'd you do that? I see. Missing one required positional argument self. Okay. Well, here's a learning moment, I guess. We can try. We have self here. It says input types, class object, object class, input types, info input types missing one required self. So CLS. Here is a learning opportunity. Yeah, I do want to stream. I want to get streaming on Twitch, and And I don't know if I really care about the other ones. Well, I'm probably not going to do exactly the type of stuff that Mark Rober does, but it was just like kind of a good example. There's probably not really an example of the kind of stuff that I want to do, because it's like the kind of stuff I want to do is like really like real physics research. So it'd be like if you worked in like a national physics laboratory, like that kind of stuff. I can give you an idea if you want to know. There is a Robert Walcall TED Talk. This is 13 minutes if you guys want to watch it. It's crazy fascinating. And it's not very technical heavy on the jargon. He's like, obviously he's talking to a TED audience, so he's not like, you know, he's speaking in like layman's terms. He's a little pretentious, I will warn you. But he's also pretty smart, so I guess he has a little bit of room to be pretentious. But I don't like these liberal elite academic types a lot of the time, the way they talk like they're smarter than everyone else. He is smart, I'll give him that. But anyways, just in case that rubs anyone else the wrong way, just a warning. Since I found you, I've been constantly watching your stream. As long as I'm doing my own thing, you don't burden me, meaning you are pleasant to serve and watch. I hope you succeed in what you do. You deserve it. Thank you, 6. I really hope so too. And I hope you succeed in what you do as well. So what do you guys think? You want to watch this? 13 minutes, 13:39. Basically, he's explaining and giving a couple of demonstrations of the type of research that I'm interested in. I do nothing. I'm 13. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, make sure we don't let 6 in the NSFW chat. You're banned, 6. Damn. Physics, yay, nay. I can just kind of summarize it if you want. Six, 5, eclectic. Watch it and submit some of your favorite generated images to Discord while you watch. All right, cool. We'll do that. No, you're not banned, 6. I'm just saying you're banned from the NSFW chat. You can't go into that one. Yeah, graphene is interesting. No, you're not banned. No, you're not banned. Don't ban him from the whole server. Just from that one chat. We can't be having underage people going into that chat. That one chat is adult content. But no, we want to keep you around. You're cool. All right, so we'll watch this, and I'll see if I can pull up some images real quick. Yeah, graphene is super interesting. Yeah, whatever you think's best, Baka. Yeah, I know. You're cool, 6. We're keeping you around. We're not banning you. You're cool. I'm probably the only bad actor anyways. All right, so we'll watch this real quick. All right. Graphene is very interesting. This is silicon based. It's basically, to summarize really quickly, it's just like having a silicon substrate and changing the I guess polarity or the charge of certain atoms on the substrate so that they function in a way that can either attract or repel electrons. And so basically what you're doing is creating logic gates at the smallest, like most fundamental level, like at the size of a hydrogen atom. So you're like taking a couple of hydrogen atoms and turning that into like an AND gate or an OR gate or something like that. And obviously you can see the benefit or the application from there. If you build on top of that, you can create computing devices. Yeah, and then also you can, there are also some properties of this that make quantum computations feasible at room temperature, so you don't have to have all the cryogenics and stuff. Anyways, I'll shut up and just play it now, but it's pretty nifty. Let me know if the audio is good, too high, too low, not audible. If the audio is good, too high, too low, not audible. If the audio is good, too high, too low, not audible.
Just like the last performance, it's very similar. Just like the last performance. Atomic scale quantum physics.
Hold on, let me turn the radio off. Yeah, we got a loop going on here. Hold on. Yeah, we got a loop going on here. Hold on. Okay. It should have stopped. Sorry. All right. My bad. All right. So which one? Let me turn the volume down first of all. Stream chat, media source. It's got to be desktop audio, I would think. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I did not mean to have... I'm sorry. All right, now. I did not mean to have... Try this. Let me know. All right, now. I did not mean to have... Try this. Let me know. All right, now. Try this. Let me know. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Scale quantum physics.
Is this better?
Just like the last performance, it's very similar.
Hopefully. Can you hear it at all? That's the question. Hopefully. Can you hear it at all? That's the question. Oh, God. Yeah, my bad. My bad. Oh, God. I usually keep all of my desktop audio muted, so I usually keep that's good. Okay, yeah, so I don't really know what the volume levels are because I usually just keep it completely off by default because I don't want stuff like that happening. All right, I'm gonna play this and shut up now. Because I don't want stuff like that happening. All right, let me play this and shut up now.
Just like the last performance, it's very similar. It's about atomic scale quantum physics.
All right, hold on. We got a loop. You guys hear the loop? All right, hold on. We got a loop. You guys heard the loop? You guys hear the loop? You guys heard the loop? Yeah. Damn it. How do I do this? All right, if I turn on... Yeah, the loop is there. What if we... Media source, desktop audio. What is this media source? Did you hear that? I can hear the audio and I don't hear a loop. Oh. Can't hear. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me do this. If I mute that and then I unmute this, let me know how this works. Can you hear that? Is it looping and is it too loud? Audio, no loop, and good volume. It's good, Baka says. A little low. All right, I'll turn it up a little. All right, cool. All right, here we go. For real this time.
Just like the last performance, it's similar. It's about atomic scale quantum physics. Which I know you're all familiar with, and so I'm only assuming a PhD level knowledge, so it'll be easy for you. As Tim said, we're building at the smallest conceivable scale. We're building with atoms, and it's hard to describe that to you in great detail, but I can show you a lot of pictures that help, and so I'll do that today. I'll show you that we can make smaller things, obviously, but it turns out that at the smallest scale, things aren't just the same but smaller. They can also be smaller and very different. You've heard of quantum computing and things like that. Those kinds of properties and capabilities begin to emerge at this scale. This is also, I think, the ultimate green tech, something our world needs desperately now. It's using minuscule amounts of material. You may have heard of a milligram or a nanogram. Those are huge compared to what we're talking about, a billion times bigger. We can make things that use very little material, have very little processing chemicals, none actually, and are completely recyclable. And as I will mostly focus on, we can make the most efficient computers. Now that's not just an objective for the heck of it. It turns out that each one of you, your carbon footprint from using your computer is now worse than your carbon footprint due to flying. So you all know that you should feel a little guilty about flying too often. Well, I'm sorry, but you should feel guilty about using your computer. And the trend that we're on, that is using more and more computers for artificial intelligence things, every time you talk to Siri or something like that, you're using a lot of energy. And so we desperately need computers that are much more efficient. We think we can make them 100 times more efficient. Now, I'm going to propel all of this by a discussion of this fantastic tool, the STM, a scanning tunneling microscope. The people who developed it a few decades ago got a Nobel Prize, very deservedly so. But I and a whole community of people around the world have continued to develop that machine and make it ever more capable. It allows you to see individual atoms. These are the atoms of a silicon surface, the very same chip that's in your computer today. It's about 10 million times magnified as you see it there, just routine. And I noticed that STM also seems to stand for see, touch, and move. So with this tool, we see in the sense that we move a very fine probe around and we just trace out topography. There are no lenses. It's not like any other microscope. And it's like a record player. You know, the record player has a very fine needle that follows the bumps and wiggles in a groove, and it reinterprets that and makes ultimately your speakers shake and recreates the music. If you took a record player, and I am recommending you try this at home, and you dragged it around, well, you'd need some computer-controlled things to do it. But if you moved a record player cartridge around, you could actually generate microscopic images with close to micron, millionth of a meter resolution in your kitchen. We go to even more extreme lengths, and I'll show you, we make that needle atomically sharp. So people have previously moved and touched atoms with this kind of probe tool. A guy named Don Eigler at IBM did this most famously a couple decades ago, and he moved individual atoms around to spell out some letters. But what he did was akin, as this picture suggests, to sculpting in clay. Clay moves very easily in response to some force of your fingers, a probe. And so it's, on the one hand, easy to work with, but the disadvantage is it's easy to damage. It's very fragile. We need to do something more like sculpting in granite. We need to hit the material with a hammer and a chisel. And the chisel needs to be atomically sharp. And so we proceeded to make one. What you're seeing is the end of a needle pointing at you, and every tiny white dot there
Can you guys hear me? That's ridiculously lame. All right, fine. Can you hear me? Ugh, so lame. Dude, I can't watch somebody else's video on stream unavailable. No, don't. Why is the stream unavailable? Don't unavailable the stream. Okay, should be good. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Okay. Super lame. Yeah, okay. Jesus, man. Hopefully they don't, like, remove these hours. God. I need my stream hours because, my watch hours are a lot lower than my subs. My subs are going up pretty high. My watch hours are going up, but not as fast as the subs. So watch hours are one thing that I need to work on. So hopefully they don't strike this whole video. So the YT Yahtzees are real. Now we know. Yep, they're scanning all the time. Anyways, I would recommend watching that video, the rest of it, since YouTube won't let me show it. That's super lame. But yeah, we back for a few minutes. I'm gonna finish this up and then hit the hay. Okay. Using presets, close that. All right. So we join preset vals for preset vals in self clip presets items. But yeah, I would recommend watching that video if you're interested in that kind of stuff, but or if you just want to know the kind of stuff that I want to get into eventually. But basically, yeah, you're just making computers out of individual atoms. So it's what you end up with is like the gates, the logic gates, the base level fundamental building blocks that computers are made out of, the transistors. It's like way smaller. And it's also kind of cool because on like in certain parts of the circuitry, you literally don't even consume electricity at all. The like the electrons are moved along the computation graph and then they're pushed back. So like instead of electrons going through a circuit in a loop, they go to one end of the circuit and then they come back. So you're just reusing the same electrons over and over. Just pretty neat. Literally no consumption of energy for computation. It's pretty crazy. Well, I guess maybe not no, but almost no competition, almost no consumption of energy. It's pretty cool. So anyways, they're like one of the only people I know doing that. And so it's still very basic, obviously. But hopefully by the time I get to where I can afford to do it, it will, you know, we'll have some tools. So yeah, you got to build some equipment that you would see in like a, like an optics physics lab or like a high energy, not necessarily a high energy, like more of like a materials based physics lab, materials classification and modification type tools. Like the STM he's talking about there, obviously you need some of those, and it's not just like a normal STM. You have to modify it so you can apply charges, minuscule charges to individual atoms to change their configuration, their electron configuration. And so, yeah, that basically will let you convert a small group of hydrogen atoms into a logic gate that will switch based on which atom has the electron at the moment. So like for an OR gate, you know, your electron could be on this hydrogen atom or the other one, either or. And then you can make an AND gate and a NAND gate and all these other gates XOR in the same kind of way. So it's pretty cool. Really interesting. Right, so what's going on with our little stupid little thing here? Okay, we got our tooltip and, oh, yes, because we need our comma at the end. Comfy does not like anything to be without a comma. So we'll put that right there. Save. We will do a restart and hopefully it'll work. And then we'll test it and then we'll go to bed. Well, then we'll get some food. Then we'll go to bed. Yeah, that's crazy, man. You can't watch other YouTube videos. Like, technically, I'm promoting your content. Not that TEDx needs me to promote their content, but I mean, it's not harming them. Yeah, that's the question. You know, I mean, we'll probably hit some sort of plateau for a while, I would imagine, once we're routinely building things at the atomic level like that. I'm sure it'll be like a while before we go to the subatomic level. Kind of the way it is now. Like we get down as far as we can at the at the scale of the transistors that we're building right now, and then eventually we'll hit that breakthrough and get to the atomic level, and then we'll be there for a while. And eventually we'll break through that and get to the subatomic level, and that'll be pretty cool too. But we'll see. With AI taking over things and automating things and stuff, it might get there faster than we know. I think what you need to do is watch a bit, then say something about it. Right, exactly. Have to add some commentary. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm not going to play the rest of it right now, but we might try that on another stream. There was something on YT about glass-based CPUs. That sounds interesting. Yeah, big fan of glass and quartz and crystalline structures like that. a lot of unique material properties and those kinds of things. So our stupid thing still does not want to work. We have our list and then a comma, and then we have our dictionary that has tooltip and clip preset tooltip, which is a string. And then we have, after the dictionary, we have our comma and a space as Comfy requires. And there shouldn't be anything wrong with this, right? We have self CLS, and then we have clip attention preset values as follows. It's just a string that should have another string in it. And we didn't get any errors, right? Oh, we did. Okay. So same thing we got last time. Missing 2 required positional arguments, self and CLS. Why is that? It worked just a second ago. Didn't it? Or did it not? Missing 2 required positional arguments, self and CLS. I swear this just worked. Didn't it? Did it not? That seems very wrong. But Comfy has some weird quirks, so we'll try it. Holy crap, it's already super late. Why is this not working, man? It just worked. It's really annoying. Alright, I swear this just worked. Let's do that. It's only 9:10. Yeah. For you, maybe. I got 3:10 here. I still gotta eat, and I want to try to get up and do a stream, although maybe we'll have to start that the next day because it's already late and I meant to get to sleep earlier. Now I'm hoping they don't strike all these hours for this stream so that they don't count towards my watch hours. That would be a bummer. But I guess there's always tomorrow. Okay, so it's obviously not there. What the fuck, Chuck? What the chuck, fuck? Okay, now you're just messing with me. What's all this about? Not cool. This just worked. This literally just worked. I cannot. It's just worked. It literally just worked. Nothing has changed. What is going on? Nice. Nice. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, glass substrate would be cool. Okay. So, expanded monolith. All right, I took it off. What is your deal, dude? What the fuck? I am like super confused. It just worked. Anastasi in tech. I'll check it out. Dude, holy shit. Are you kidding me right now? What happened? I am bugging right now. What is going on? This just worked. It just worked. Nothing has changed. Oh my god. Maybe I'm too tired, but this is really annoying. I don't understand it. Yeah. What the hell, dude? Object class inputs. Missing one required positional argument. I don't understand. Oh. Just take it out. Okay. 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 So I don't know how I'm gonna I don't know how I'm gonna access the self. Oh, it's so annoying. I'm gonna access the self object if I can't accept it as an input. Comfy is really weird. Might have to explain a little more, Max. at. I could use the at symbol. The title isn't obvious. Here's the string. The title isn't obvious. Here's the string. V equals, what is that? EOJMTEXBWPE. I'm not sure what you mean, Max. Paste that at the end. Okay. That'll let you watch it on stream. Takes you right to the vid. Really? Well, that's cool. Well, let's just try that out there. Do I need to put like an and or a percent or an and or some kind of symbol? Question mark, maybe? Okay, try to get something in chat without being yanked. Oh, I see. Yeah. Huh. All in mind, so I broke it down. So what you're saying is type the like YouTube video URL and then what, like a question mark and then V equals that? Or an at symbol and then V equals that? Right, exactly. /watch question mark and then V equals. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. YouTube and their rules, man. So, okay. So that and then /watch question. Okay. So there we go. /watch question. /watch question mark and then V equals all of that. I see what you're saying. Yeah, cool. That is crazy, man. You can't even post a link in there. What the hell? Right, full URL. Watch. Yeah. In the code I gave. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, okay. That's crazy. Can I change that? Participants, mods, activity, timestamps, reactions, pop-out chat, community moderation, settings, automated filters, managing moderators, standard moderators, approve users, hidden rows. All channels can redirect. Blocked words, block links. URLs sent in live chat are already blocked. If you select this option, new comments with hashtags and URLs will be held for review. This setting doesn't apply to you, moderators, or approved users. Huh. Oh, that's stupid. Mods can post links. Yeah, that's what it says. Okay, well, you learn something new every day, I guess. That's crazy. That is crazy. Why would you not be able to share a link? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we got our list. And unfortunately, I cannot... Unfortunately, Comfy is not letting me pass the self value into the input types method, which is stupid. So that means I can't access the self object, which means I can't access these clip presets. And if I can't do that, then I don't really know how I'm going to do that unless I just duplicate the code. It's a little lame, but I don't know how else to go about it, really. All right, it's not going to let me access the self object right here, is it? Unless Comfy is doing that somehow under the hood. But I'm going to guess that's going to break. Really annoying. I swear it just worked whenever I passed in the self value. Yeah, it broke. Okay. Alright, well, if we can't do it on the self object, then... I swear it just worked, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Self-clip presets. Ugh, okay. Okay, well, you know what we can do? Instead of setting that on the self object like that, goodbye. I can set it as a class attribute. At class method. We'll just set it as a class attribute. How about that? Clip presets. How about that? Fuck with me. I'll just go around you. It's static anyways, so that'll work. Alright. Clip presets. Now here we can, instead of self clip presets, we will just call that clip. Tell me I can access that, right? I have to be able to access that. I will put that in another file if I have to. Are you kidding me? You can't access class attributes. I love when these short streams turn into... Right, exactly, yeah. Work doesn't stop. That's right. All right, so you're telling me I can't access a class attribute in a class method. Is that what you're telling me? Class presets. Clip presets, right? Wow, that is annoying. Okay, well, here is what we will do. We'll just take that out of there. It's not exactly a type, but I guess for now I can put it in the type. Well, I have constants actually. Let's put it in constants. That's much better. How about that? Bish. Make it a constant. Constantly giving me a hard time. Hey, now we can access it. Great. Because we have imported our constants. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, good God. That was stupid annoying. Tooltip is clip preset tooltip. Save it. All right, and then down here, this is not going to be self-clip presets. This is going to be clip presets, my constant. All right, now do not give me a hard time on this, Comfy. I want what I want, and I want it. It's my money, and I want it now. Oh my God, are you kidding me, dude? Okay, all right, fine. Yes, I see. I see. All right. Because it wants the stupid CLS thing. Yes, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it, Comfy. I got it. You want what you want, and I want what I want, and hopefully we can both get what we want. Hey, clip presets. Hey, tooltip. Clip digit preset values as follows. QKV. It would be nice if there were some new lines. I wonder if I can put new lines. Can I put new lines? That would just be over the top. If I can have tooltips that have full messages with new lines, man, that would be over the top. Right? If I say put a new line right there, and then we'll also put one maybe at the end of each of these. Boy, this will be fancy if this works. I hope this works. Ain't nobody got multi-line tooltip input tooltips, output tooltips. Probably someone does if it's doable anyways. Clip preset. Whoa, look at that multi-line. That's fucking fancy, dude. All right, the lines are off, but it's still pretty fancy. Wow, I like it. All right, so we're joining on the semicolon space, so we got to do it after. Actually, we don't even need to. What if we? Oh yeah, duh. What if we put it right after the semicolon? Let's say semicolon, new line. We don't even need a space. Save that. And refresh this. Look at this, multi-line tooltips. How fancy is that? Oh yeah, that's cool. I think I want to put one more new line in there, and then maybe more new lines. Yeah, let me put Yeah, that's fancy, man. I like it. Let's put one more new line on each of these, and then we'll put one more right here. Save that, and there. And do we want to put like a space here, maybe? Right here, maybe a little bit of space. So if everything was default, is it randomizing? No, if it's default, it's going to be set to ones. So if all of the clip attention values are 1, then it's not doing anything. Well, it's just based on the text that you put in there. So like I said earlier, if you say like man wearing hat, hat on head, head covered by hat, like if you just restate the word hat in a few different ways, then that's how you can kind of achieve the same effect as messing around with these clip attention values. Look at that. That's pretty fancy, man. Default, all ones, clarity boost, even flow, subtle focus. Whoa, super cool. All right, let's try it out, and then we're going to get some food and hit the hay. So we're going to go with default, which should be all ones, and I think everything should be good. We're on SD. Sure, let's do it. Hey, pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. We're on extra crispy. Okay, that's fine. Actually, we probably don't want extra crispy with stable diffusion. I forgot. Yeah, that's going to be too much for SD to handle. Let's go with original. I forgot this prompt is like ridiculous. Do you guys hear beeping? I feel like I hear the chat beep, but I don't see chats. Unless I'm tripping. Unless that's Discord. But I didn't think so. I haven't seen anything pop up in the Discord. Art channel. Oh, okay, I got you. Cool, good. Yeah, we need STXL is better than Flux. Nice. Oh, I forgot I gotta hit this cancel. Duh. Okay, there it goes. Okay, interesting. All right, well, so our QKV, all ones, good. All right, and then we hit our, let's say our clarity boost. And we'll hit that. Make sure we hit our cancel there. Okay, sure. Gotcha. This dude don't even have a hat. I guess he has like a beanie maybe. I can't tell. All right. So I have no idea how these values work with stable diffusion. Yeah, it's Discord notifications. Okay, I got it. It's like the same sound as the chat notifications. At least for me. So I'm thinking it's the YouTube chat, but all right, let's try one with Flux, and then we'll call it a night. NF4, put that on Flux, put that on AE.SafeTensors and seed 4, and we shouldn't have to change anything here because that should be good. And we shouldn't need to change anything here because that should be good. All right, we'll go without the prompt, and we can do our added lines, maybe 4. And then we'll change this to extra crispy. Dealing with the pain of being sexy as fuck. It's like a constant struggle. Yeah. That's the story of my life. So if you manually change values, will the preset override? So if you want to set these values manually, you would just set this to none. So if you have this on anything else other than none, then it will go with the preset. If you have it on none, then it'll go with whatever values you have here. And so like just now I just had that on, I don't remember what I just had that on actually. Yeah. And then so we get, add some lines here. Come on now. Add my lines. Oh, is it going through the LLM again? Oh, I changed it back to none. Okay. All right, fine. The hell? The hell? Okay. All right, keep going. All right, so yeah, on none, we have 0.9, 0.9, 1.4, 8.4, and then we could say, let's go with default, which should just be all ones. Hit that again. All right. Cool. Jesus. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's that LoRa, the NSFW LoRa. And then there's also Epic Realism, Natural Sin. Both of those will do it. And we'll try one more. Here we go. Let's say even flow. I don't remember the values for that. That should be 1114. All right. Okay. Cool, man. I think that is our stopping point for the night. Way past what I intended it to be, but hopefully I can get a couple hours of sleep, get up, do a stream, and then maybe I'll have a quick nap sometime during the day after the morning stream. Or maybe not. We'll see. But in any case, I am going to go grab some food. I'm not going to do a git push just yet. You know what? I don't think it'll hurt anything. Be careful with the FVD sampler because I'm not sure where we left off on it. It could be fine. I'm sure you could run it and get something out of it. But I'll just say I'm not going to call it stable right now, but it'll be there, and you can mess around with it. And yeah, I'll go ahead and push it. That way these two things will be updated and the LLM prompt will be updated. So we'll do it. Sure. Yeah, all of that, and sure, yeah. Minor fixes. Push. She's away. There you go. Yep. to take a new picture of that, new screenshot. That is fine. And then I need a new screenshot of that. And that one is updated. So yeah, it should be good there. Actually, I'll need a new screenshot of this one now too. But whatever, it's fine. I will stick with that for now. Maybe I'll update these images tomorrow, but it's good for now. All right, guys, thanks for tuning in. I will be back in about 4 hours for the morning stream, and then again tomorrow evening, probably with a nap somewhere in between, but we'll see. And I'm seeing some awesome images coming through over here, so I will check those out. And you guys have a good night. I will see you tomorrow/today. Peace out. Peace.